Shabbat shalom, brothers. My
Shabbat
bad.
shalom.
Shabbat shalom, man. Off.
Shabbat shalom.
Been a week.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll be right back.
A wife can be a blessing. Now, you know how crazy that sounds. Now, people say, man, that sounds so crazy for them to say, yep, El Chapo wife was a blessing. Oh. People be like, what? Yeah. I said it. I meant it, too.
She wasn't just talking about it.
Go ahead, bro.
Talking about it. She actually walked it out.
She actually walked it out and lived it.
She just lived. Wow.
Just lived it. Even, guess what? Even though we don't know if it was to her liking or not. We don't know that part. But what we do know is she was doing what he was doing. And it was without, probably with, like, it seemed like it would be almost without a governor. You know, if he trained her, I think Keisha told me this. She said, the interesting thing about the story is that if he got her when she was 17, he probably trained her. This is what he said. He probably trained her how he wanted her to be. And guess what? She was just receptive enough to receive it.
Right.
So he could have been anything. He could have been Pastor Doolittle. She would have received it.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like it was a matter of the heart. Something in her heart that she just, you know what I mean? If your heart be jacked up, you can't receive nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the book does tell us that we're capable of leading it and not to allow it to lead us. So,
yes, sir.
As strange as that may seem, it's there.
Man.
Change is possible for those who are willing.
Yes, sir. I agree, brother. Let me get myself together. Let me get myself more together.
Yes, sir. Me too.
Yes, sir.
Me Man.
Too. Hey. I was listening to y'all talk while I was getting it on for the family. And I was just thinking, El Chapo's wife was kind of a writer like Sarah was.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Like she didn't abandon ship. Even when El Chapo got caught, she didn't abandon ship.
Nope.
You know, women today be, you know, I got caught. Will I get a plea if I tell you where he hid his money in the backyard? If I give you the GPS coordinates?
I was captive for 30 years. I never wanted to be there.
There we go, right here.
He forced me.
Yep.
Man.
Well, I look at it now like, man, so that's kind of how Sarah was. She's like, I'm going to ride with Abraham no matter what.
No matter what.
If Abraham tell me this thing, I may not fully agree with it. I may not even fully understand it, but I'm going to ride with Abraham.
Yes, sir. Hey, she didn't need him to outline a plan or give her all the details for every move that Abraham was making.
Hey.
Nah.
Half the shit Abraham didn't even know. I'm just going to keep it 100. He was waiting on a word from Yall. Y'all say go, he say go. I ain't hear him say, well, what time of day is it? How much luggage he need to pack? He's just like, hey, I'm out. Well, we out.
Man. And there are women like that. You know, even today. El Chapo's wife is one.
Right.
I know in our households, we got some riders. I was just looking down in the chat. I know Sister Jasmine Fly is that for her husband because I done, you know, I heard some of her story, their story about coming out, and she wasn't like, oh shit, they're about to be flies and bugs. I ain't going. She said, baby, wherever you go and wherever you live, I will live.
Wait,
if that means if that means
to gravel the property first.
Let's ask her. We got to put Sister Jasmine on Front Street with the permission of your husband, of course. Sister, did you have stipulations, Sister Jasmine, for your husband when it came to coming out? Did you have a checklist like, You need to do this first and this first and this first, then I'll follow you. We got to see what her answer is. With the permission of your husband, of course.
I got a button down shirt. I got to throw real quick. Right in my chest.
Michael Rivera, Shabbat Shalom. House of Lamar, Shabbat Shalom. T. Waters, Shabbat Shalom. Minister Maccabee, Shabbat Shalom. SOJ, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Isaiah 33, Shabbat Shalom. Fallen Sky Prepper, Shabbat Shalom. The Logical Moore, greetings, Shalom. The House of Booth, Sister Jasmine Fly, Shabbat Shalom. Dope Law, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Ken Fanine, Shabbat Shalom. Woo. It is. Can you go in there and grab that red, the blood book, the deliverance?
Hey, did
Brother
Anna
Rico,
need deliverance and stuff before she activated herself?
hey.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Thomas Madison 80, Shabbat Shalom. I was about to just say, since while we're waiting, I'm sure she'll answer at some point. While we're waiting for the room to fill up, excuse me, I have a stream coming up. And the stream's going to be on deliverance. I was asked several times, brother, can you do a stream on deliverance? And I said, I'll think about it. Then I said, okay, I'll do it. But let me tell y'all first, most of y'all who are in the faith, when it comes to deliverance, you are used to this book. Right? You've seen this book. This is the book that a lot of deliverance ministries use. So I did some research. And let me ask y'all this question. The deliverance book is by a guy named Gene B. Moody. So I did some homework. You know, the one thing that we don't like doing. I looked up. Check this out. Check this out. Gene B. Moody. Gene B. Moody, Deliverance Ministries. I'm just asking, would you want deliverance?
Nope.
He need deliverance from that.
That's Gene Moody. Hey, he flamed up though. He flamed up. He's written many books on spiritual warfare. Wait a minute. Would you believe it? He has been a Sunday preacher for over 45 years.
Really? He got a deliverance manual.
And this is the manual that so-called Israel in the faith uses. A Christian minister's deliverance manual.
That's very suspect.
He's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Is that a deliverance manual or a voodoo manual? I'm confused.
It's amazing to me the things that permeate into the faith that we just accept. Check this out. Y'all ain't gonna believe this crap. I'm not gonna mention their name. I got information this week, And it's true that one of our favorite ministries had a dude who was supposedly some vegan healer, whatever. This dude talks about he uses crystals. He believes in astrology and horoscopes and uses amethysts. And he was apparently part of this group. Now he's got a pretty big channel on YouTube and on Facebook, and he's healed people using his whatever you want to call it, witchcraft. I'm gonna call it for what it is. He uses his witchcraft and heals people. And a brother hit me up and was like, "Hey, do you know that this dude was part of a particular group?" And I was like, "I didn't know that." They said this dude was straight up practicing witchcraft, but if you look at his videos, he's always been doing it. I mean, the dude's got a tattoo right in the middle of his forehead where his pineal gland is. So my question is this. How do you promote people like that and then suddenly be like, oh, you know what? They ain't cool no more.
It's just like you said in your video today. When you don't have need of them anymore, now you try to flip it up because the same people probably knew that about the individuals while they was rocking with them and benefiting from them, keeping it on the wraps, keeping it on the cool until they didn't have need of them anymore. Now they want to blast it.
That's exactly it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. We were going to convert him and change him. I mean, there's a little verbal because the dude's off. The dude is way off. Like he believes that you should not eat meat, and if you do, all sorts of stuff and yada yada yada. I'm just sitting here like, how did y'all let that? I thought, listen, you can't run around talking about you have Super Mario Brothers discernment. You know, your discernment is just beyond everybody else's discernment, and you let that in. And here's the thing. I've made mistakes, but I can come to you and tell y'all I made a mistake.
Yes, sir.
They'll tell you he was wicked. Didn't y'all have him?
Man.
So this stuff just blows my mind. Like, y'all had a straight up, I mean, literal witch. He said he puts amethyst or crystals, whatever it is, in his water. And puts the crystals in the sun and collects the energy of the sun and drinks it in his water. I was like, what?
What verse did that come from?
Right. Right. I was blown. I watched part of his video. I swore the dude had a crystal ball in the background. It looked like it.
Man.
And of course, you know, the brother showed me, the brother told me, he said, this is why I don't mess with this group anymore. He said, because this shit just goes on and nobody says anything. It's just that person's wicked. I'm like, well, so we're going to hit on this wonderful deliverance book. Because I've been pouring through the Bible about deliverance. And the one thing and again, I'm not, we don't speak against deliverance. I do deliverance. We do deliverance. But the one thing I get stuck on is, do you know that majority of these people's problems is simply blessings and curses?
100%.
I mean, it says it straight up in Deuteronomy 28, blessings if you obey, curses if you don't. So if you want to get out of a lot of these curses, you have to start obeying the book.
Yes, sir.
We have to get out of this hyper spiritual, whatever it is, where we think that everybody's going to come on and lay hands on us and cast out a devil. I mean, these people running around telling people if you have a thought that is contrary to them, you have a devil, you have a demon. I'm like, it's weird that you got a congregation full of demonically infested people.
Yes, sir.
That shit's pretty weird to me. You just got people, your whole congregation just full of demons. That's just kind of weird to me. And you know what? This book talks like that. This book talks like that.
You just said something, bro, that's real strong. It ain't no book in. I'm gonna just say it. I'm gonna just let me help you. There is no book that's written that's gonna break the curse of Yah. Just saying. There ain't no book that's written that's gonna break the blessings of Yah. It's just your obedience or disobedience, just flat out. You're right, brother. A lot of people wanna get a deliverance manual for everything. No, you just wicked as hell in that particular thing you did. That disobedient spirit that you have toward the Most High, that's just the repercussions of it. Or it can be benefits if you obey. I don't know. I don't even like the hyper spirituality stuff. Really, the shit gets on my last nerve, like an old person would say. It just bothers the hell out of me. Because that means you're really not actively living the word.
Yes, sir.
You're not a just live it type of person. You're not the book plus nothing type of person. You want somebody to tickle your fancy. You're just a religious person. You need some guy to be standing up in the pulpit with a chasuble or some robe to make you feel good about what you're doing or you ain't doing. That's just pure laziness. The book is not it's not for lazy people.
No.
It's not a hocus. I mean, man, I would never thought we had to see stuff like this, but this is not a hocus pocus type thing.
That's it.
Dang.
In fact, all these things you can tell are control mechanisms. If you don't agree with what I say, brother, you have a demon of rebellion.
Right.
If you don't see it how I see it, brother, you have a demon of disobedience. You need deliverance. I need deliverance from your bullshit. If I need deliverance from your bullshit, I'm going to walk away.
Yes, sir.
That's the deliverance that I need. What do you mean that because I don't see it your way, I have a spirit of disobedience? Did I disobey the book? Yes or no? And that's a simple yes or no question. I'm not trying to hear your bullshit about what you try to manipulate what Paul said. And, Paul, when Brother Lamar said Paul spoke from the law, that opened up a lot of things that I had never really thought about. Because all this other stuff that people are saying that Paul said, he spoke to those who know the law. Where in the law does it say that I'm supposed to treat you that way? As a man, where in the law does it say that you are Yeshua to me? That I am supposed to blindly follow you?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yep.
So this whole manipulation of my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say even the scripture about obeying those that have rule over you, that's out of context when because I'm pretty sure if we really go back, that's gonna be guess what? That's gonna be for a man that is a owner. He has possessions, be it wives, children, servants, handmaids, whatever you want to call them. It ain't. I don't know why people are always trying to drag that. Oh no, brother, it was talking about me. I'm elder of St. Louis. You gotta obey me because I got rule over you. What are you talking about, man?
I don't even know who the hell you are.
Right.
Part of being an elder in biblical times was your walk through life showed that you were an elder. Not some man came and called you an elder and said, you're an elder and you have rule over people. Nigga, weren't you just out on the streets 5 years ago banging right next to me? And now you an elder?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you just whoremongering and fornicating 7 years ago and suddenly you're an elder and people have to obey you? Dude, shut that shit up. Stop it.
Man.
So then what they do is they go get the simple-minded people. They convince them they're full of demons and that they're the only ones that can cast them out.
Yep.
Hey, brother, what's your name? My name's Brother John. You full of demons. You need deliverance.
And this is the only place you can get it.
I'm the only place you can get it. And we're going to go to this book written by a first day non-commandment keeping. What was that?
Written by Yeshua?
No, not Yeshua. No.
Okay. Written by one of the apostles?
No, not apostles. No.
All right, hold on. Was it written by David?
Not David. Not Moses. You're getting closer though.
Man, you mean it ain't in the law at all?
It was written by Gene B. Moody, an ordained minister, a deliverance minister of 45 years.
Who ordained?
Not a homeborn, but a stranger who is going to bring deliverance from the first day non-law keeping people to you.
Did you say he wasn't a Hebrew?
He's not a Hebrew either, no.
Probably wasn't even taught by one either.
Not taught by one. He talked to Jeebus. He read the Bible and talked to Jeebus. And Jeebus told him how to cast out devils.
Woo!
This is the problem. Yeshua did say that we are going to cast out devils.
Yes,
he
sir.
didn't say go learn it from the heathen.
Or to the demons. Let the demons teach you how to do it.
Right. Don't go to the demons either. Don't go to anybody unless they have been raised in this. Why don't we just go to Yeshua? Why is it that this, in the video I did today, I said that our relationships with Yah are so non-organic. They are genetically modified at every turn. We are always taking stuff from outside of the faith and bringing it inside of the faith, and then painting over it with our emblem and saying it's Israel, it's Yah. How many times did Israel go to the heathens and say, hey, teach us how to cast out devils. Teach us how to live Yah's book. Teach us, heathens, how to keep the commandments.
Not so.
Are you serious? We're going to Gene R. Moody? We might as well just start picking up every westernized Christian book and reading them. We might as well start reading every westernized commentary and bringing it into the faith. This is deliverance for us? This?
Hey, I'm sure that same dude would tell you that you need deliverance if you chose to keep Shabbat on the seventh day.
In fact, brother, it says it in there. It says in this book that one of the things that we are delivered from is the law.
Yes, sir.
We need to get that the spirit up. And I'm like, are y'all serious? This guy says that we should not be keeping the law. He says that we need to be delivered from that religious spirit of keeping the law. And we turn to him for our deliverance information.
Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
Hey.
It's crazy. So we're going to do a live stream on that. Since people want to bring in all sorts of crazy ass stuff into the faith and call it Israel, just because we painted over it with a Israelite banner and we call it Israel, we take everything from the world and we just paint it over with our face and it's Israel. That'd be like Moses. You know that reminds me of that reminds me of just like what Saul did when Saul went and took all the animals and brought them back to Israel. Brought them back when Yah said kill everything, and he brought those things back and said, "Oh, I was about to give it to Yah. I'm giving it to Yah." Why would Yah let his a powerful thing called deliverance be bastardized and sent to us?
He wouldn't.
That's just crazy. When you can clearly read in the book, read Deuteronomy 28, people. He says, blessings if you obey, curses if you don't. A lot of y'all who think you running around, I have demons. No, you're just cursed because you're disobedient.
The law of sowing and reaping.
Tell him, bro.
Seed time and harvest.
Mm-hmm. No, those thoughts that you have in your head that, I'm having a thought of, that's not a demon. It's a thought. It's something that is submitted to your mind. Just because you have a thought doesn't mean you have the demon.
You sure they don't need a little bit of deliverance? from Moody's R Us?
They may need deliverance from him.
Yes.
They need deliverance from him.
That came out.
That crap is crazy. I was sitting here like, you can't make this stuff up. This is what happens when the people are not called by Yah. When they're not called by Yah, they run everywhere else to get all the information from everybody else. And they bring it into the faith because they weren't called by him. If they were called by him, they could simply go to the book. They wouldn't need Moody to tell them. They wouldn't need the apostolic church to tell them. They wouldn't need the Pentecostals to tell them. They wouldn't need all these other people who are not of the faith to tell them. How many times did the people from foreign nations, did the Canaanites come to Israel and say, hey, y'all niggas, y'all got it wrong. This is how you do Passover. I'm from the Canaanites, and I'm going to teach you how to do Passover. I'm from the Jebusites, and I'm going to tell you what it is to eat clean. He gave it to us. And we spend our time, he gave us marriage. He gave us his law. All these things that he gave us, we turn to everybody else and look and ask them how to do it.
Yes,
that's how you know what the Bible says the curse is. That's how you know we become the tail. That's how you know you become the tail, because you're too busy going to everybody else to get your information from them instead of going to Yah. You can't. You got to stop taking these idols, the golden calf, and painting a flag on it of Israel and saying it's of Yah.
Yes, sir.
It's not him.
Man.
We've taken everything from all the other nations, all the pagans, all the heathens, and we bring it in and call it Yah. To the point where y'all saw that dude. That's who we're learning deliverance from. That's the guy who's the deliverance minister.
Hey,
as if Yah can't call one of his own to do it.
Hey, in that book, did it have how to deliver men from their masculinity? Because I see a lot of that going on. Hey, and that's being real. You know, some brothers we done dealt with, they was almost completely delivered of being a man.
Yep.
I'm like T. Waters. T. Waters say, rule these nuts. Oh man,
we've gotten so far away from the faith, it ain't even funny now.
No, it don't look nothing like the book.
It's nothing. I'm gonna go out to the nations and I'm gonna call teachers from the nations to come and teach the homeborn.
Yep.
Wasn't that our job? And again, we're not coming from a racist. We ain't racist. We got brothers who have white wives. I'd love to have a white one. I have plenty of white brethren, Hispanic brethren, Asian brethren. I have a lot of brethren from all different creeds, nationalities, colors. It don't change what the book say, though.
Right.
It don't change that.
It don't make it racist because the book says it. Man,
that's good. That's gonna be a good live stream, my brother. Woo.
So I figured maybe next week we can hit that. We'll hit this deliverance from Gene R. Moody. There's some stuff that he says in here. I'm like, so what do? Do you just skip over that? You just read it and say, oh, that doesn't apply to us because we're not Christians, we're Israel?
In the same book, he would tell you if you drink alcohol, you need deliverance. So these same
there you
people
go.
use this book
yes.
for, you know, this stuff is just foolishness. You can't make it up.
Man,
he has in that book, he has a spirit for everything.
Everything.
Everything's a spirit. I'm like, but doesn't it say in James that you're drawn away by your own lust? And when that lust manifests, it manifests in the sin. So if everything's a demon, everything's a spirit, So why is it that our forefathers didn't just run around and everything was a spirit?
Right.
Goodness gracious.
Deliverance sessions every Shabbat.
Every Shabbat, deliverance session. Or how about this? How about this? My favorite one. Hey, brother, that demon's not fully out. You're going to need to come back for a couple more sessions.
Right.
I'm looking like, wait a minute. When Yahshua delivered people, didn't the demon flee that moment? And didn't he say, I'm going to give you greater power than what I have? So if you have greater power than he has, why do you need sessions?
Man.
Because the demon ain't scared of you because you don't have no power.
Ooh.
This thing,
man.
Hey, but them deliverance sessions now, remember that actually sets you up with a history of coming back all the time with your money.
That's it.
I'm just keeping it real. They get you comfortable. It softens you up a little bit. Yeah.
It do.
Someone's praying over me all the time. He praying and he loosens up your pocket.
Yep.
So you can drop that money in there.
Just saying.
Man.
But if I'm wrong and there's examples in the Bible of men just having deliverance sessions and needing several deliverance sessions to get this spirit out, please let me know. I could be wrong.
No, you ain't wrong, brother. We'll see that. Yeshua had.
Hey, brother. Hey, this one's not coming out, brother. We're gonna bind this one up and come back next week, and we'll hit it again.
Man.
But hey, you know where you do find that sort of language?
Deliverance halftime.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll be back at game 7.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you saw Brother Kid said, Yeshua I know, Paul I know. But who are you?
Who are you? That's right, Brother Kid. That's right. And the problem is that when you have spiritually immature people that are still on bread, but they're immediately convinced they're ready for meat, they start chewing on things that they can't get down.
That's it.
So you got a lot of people today who are trying to chew on deliverance, who are trying to chew on, community. They just came from westernized Christianity and they're being told, in order to be on community, you got to lay it all at my feet. That's the first thing they hear. What are they going to do? But that live stream's coming, y'all. That's next week.
Yes, sir. Hey, we got a better question in that deliverance manual. This question is more powerful than the moody blood red deliverance manual that's full of lies.
Yeah.
It looks like Sister Pamela Mallory said, no harm meant. May I ask, what is Shabbat? Sister Pamela, I guess I can run on it. Sister Pamela, it is the 7th day of rest that the Most High commanded, starting in Genesis. It's commanded for us to rest, enjoy your family, get taught by your covering, the book, the word, read the scripture to you. That it's our day of rest, for just being real.
And Brother Andre said something very important. He said it's a day of rest.
Yep. Not a day of thinking about what you're doing tomorrow.
You're not thinking about tomorrow, but also the Sabbath is not a church day.
Nope.
That's right.
Nope.
It's a day of rest. Y'all worked for 6 days, and on the 7th, he rested. Even when you read the commandment. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh the Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou
male servant.
But my mind is going to break. I'm trying to think of two different things at the same time. Nobody in your gates, family, nobody. For 6 days, y'all made heaven and earth, the sea and all of them is, and rested the Sabbath day. Wherefore, y'all blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. So
Yes,
the
sir.
Sabbath is a day of rest. What we've seen, because once again, you know, and you know what? I know Yeshua went to the temple and he preached on the Shabbat. That's awesome. That does not mean that a person who decides to stay home on the Shabbat and rest because he busted his ass for 6 days is wicked. You'll have people that teach you that if you don't go to church on the Shabbat, you're forsaking the fellowship of the saints.
Right.
No, you're not. If you busted your ass for 6 days working, manual labor, shit, you may want to sleep in a couple extra hours. You may not want to get up and have to show up to 10 o'clock service or 11 o'clock service. You may want to say, damn it, I'm sleeping until 1 or 2. I'm getting my rest. I'm tired.
Yes, nothing wrong with that at all.
Nothing wrong with that.
Holy. See, and man, that's what I mean about that religion and that religious bull crap. Because you're gonna have people that they gonna play both sides of the fence. You know, they're gonna say, well, hey, you better not go out there and I know your cow ran off. You better not go out there and go get it because it's the Shabbat. Hold on a second, man. We know it's a day of rest, but guess what? Sometimes you're gonna have to go out there and get that cow before it go out there and get killed or whatever the case is, or go tear up your neighbor's property. Therefore, you really are breaking some laws.
Woo!
You know, people that I just wish that we could get out of this church mentality.
For real.
What's wrong with us, man?
For real.
Just read the book. A man, they don't even get this. A man could be at home with his family, reading them the scripture. And guess what? He rested and he teaching, and his family is rested. People think that assembling yourself among the saints, that's not at church. That could be amongst your family. That could be amongst your brethren and their family. It could be that type of congregational setting. It just ain't at no building with the pews in there and the organ. Somebody laying down on the organ.
Didn't he say that where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't 200 or 300?
No.
Not 200 or 300.
No.
But see, they want to keep it at that so that they can, that's how they afford them grandiose buildings. That's what it is.
Yes,
that's
sir.
it.
And that's it. Salaries.
Yes, sir.
That's it. That's how they do it.
Lifestyle.
That's all it's about.
Read the commandments. See, this is the problem, y'all. Too many people are GMOing the Bible.
Yes, sir.
They're adding their own opinion based off what they see in the renewed covenant. Sin is transgression of the law. The law says to keep the Sabbath day holy. Keep it set apart. How do you keep it set apart? You do not work. That's how you do it.
Yes, sir.
That's how you keep it. Nowhere in there does he say you have to say 15 hallelujahs. You have to lay on the organ. You have to have a praise and worship. You have to have a pastor preach to you. That's what we've learned in westernized Christianity.
Yes, sir. 100%. Most definitely.
Where do you see in the Torah that Abraham did this? And again, I'm not speaking against the renewed covenant because I believe the renewed covenant, but the renewed covenant needs to be believed based on what the law says, because Yeshua didn't come to change the law. He came to fulfill the law. Paul spoke to those that knew the law. None of this is about changing it or creating new doctrines. All of this is all these men lived what the law said.
Yeshua said he's only speaking his father's words, the words that he has heard his father speak.
Man.
So he didn't come to add anything to it or change anything.
Right.
Wow.
So Yeshua didn't come by and say, hey, I'm changing it so you have to go to church and have to have a pastor. That's not what he did. That's not what he did.
Nope.
So If you choose to go to church, hey, hallelujah, you choose to go to church. I have no problem with it because it's not against the law.
Right.
But likewise, because you chose to go to church doesn't mean that the one over here who chooses to study with his family is any less than you. You're both keeping the law. You choose to go to church. I choose to be amongst my brethren. Where's the law broken?
It ain't.
But we got these people who run around saying we have a new way. We have a better way. Here's what I would say. I would even go as far as saying this, brothers and sisters. For those of you who choose to do things the way of I want to say Paul's way, because Paul wasn't even speaking on that. But even if you choose to say, we're the renewed ecclesia, we're the new church. Well, let me ask you, what did y'all say? Did y'all say pursue the new paths of the renewed covenant or pursue the old paths?
Old path.
The old path. The reason why we had new paths is because we didn't do the old one. So Yeshua didn't come and say, I'm changing all this up. You now have to come to church. And give somebody your money. Yeshua didn't change it up and say, hey, you need to lay everything down at the feet of your pastor or elders.
Nah.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that at all. In fact, I can find multiple verses where you are not to do that. What they did was a form of what the Torah is, but because many of you don't know the Torah, you don't understand the significance of what they were doing. First of all, they didn't lay everything. They sold a possession. That lines up with what the Bible says, leave the edges of your field untouched. Do not go through your field a second time when you glean your harvest, so that the orphans, the stranger, and the widows can eat. I have a teacher coming out on that, and that whole all things in common. I have another one on that one. More studying done. Religion. We're supposed to be following the ancient paths, the old paths, and in some ways they want you to follow the old paths, like they want you to grow a garden, but then over here they want you to give them your money too. What? Just cherry picking the paths you want?
Hey, you just let out some keywords to know you've been flipping. All things in common. Laying it at your pastor's feet, or your elders, or whoever your fearless leader is feet. All of that flim flam, and scam. Oh man, that's terrible.
And then when you tell them, all right, brother, you sold all your stuff, you gave it to them, where's your inheritance for your children? Well, my leader has the inheritance for them. Right, because we read all over the Bible where men said to other men, it's your job to give my children inheritance. That's all over the Bible, right? We see that example everywhere.
Hey.
Not really.
Everybody comes up with this. This is the signature answer. It's in a trust.
Because we all know they had trust. We all know that's what Yall was talking about when he was talking about inheritance. We all know that's what Yall was really saying.
Yeah. Man. Oh, the brother Lamar said group inheritance.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Man.
Flim flam.
Bamboozle. Ooh.
God. It's so backwards. It's so backwards. It's funny that men actually fall for this. But then when you kind of look at it, it's like, well, it's hard to even call you a man, because if you spent an hour reading the Bible, you would know that this is bullshit.
That's
if
why
you spent an hour, there you go. If you read it for yourself, they can't GMO it. The same way if you grow it yourself, you know it's non-GMO. If you grow your own food, you know it's organic. You know what you put in it. If you read the Bible for yourself, study the book for yourself, you know if you strive for the truth on the death for yourself, you know they can't add any additives to it.
Man.
But I would say, but don't do it though unless you're really ready to give some stuff up. You're really ready for your life to then look differently.
Yes, sir.
It'll start costing you something. You'll actually start growing and obtaining some intestinal fortitude, which will only come through some trials, some testings, cutting away, being done with people who, or things, people telling you some stuff that you know doesn't line up with the book. It'll put some crossroads in your life, in other words.
You'll have to make real choices for once.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
It's no more group choices. Hey, brother, what did you choose? You know, what did you choose on an answer A? An answer question number 3. I chose A, brother. I'm choosing A too. No. No more group answers. You may have to go up to your leader and say, hey, I'm reading this. I see what you're saying, but that don't line up. So they can call you a liar and a deceiver, and they can put you out the church and tell you and call you all sorts of names and blast out what you did 15 years ago and say every manner of wickedness they can about you.
Yes, sir.
That lets you know that that's the playbook. That's been the playbook from the beginning. Read 3 John. What was Diopetres doing? Diopetres is putting people out of the church because they didn't agree with him. Here's the question. First of all, if you don't have a church organization, you're not putting them out of anything. Second, how do you put somebody out of something when they haven't broken the law? Because I'm not submitted to you as a husband is to a wife. A wife must keep her husband's law. But I'm not submitted to the church as if I'm a wife. Then you men get upset when I say things like, hey, they treat you like a bitch, because they literally are. They see you as the woman.
Yep.
They straight up say it. You're the wife in this relationship. I'm the husband.
I'm the husband. Man.
And you men take that.
That's crazy.
Man.
I was just trying to imagine, how would I feel about working 10 to 12 hours a day and paying you to work? Meaning give you all of my check. I just can't see myself doing that.
Check this out. They want you to work. They want you to work a full-time job and then come home and work on their land.
No, I can't see that either. That's being
I'm gonna have to pass.
That's whole stuff.
That's exactly it. That's
being
for real.
Honest. You being prostitute. Just being real.
You've been hoed out.
Yes, sir.
And then when you don't do what they want, they slap you around a little bit and kick you out.
Woo. Well, I like what Brother David just said earlier. Having the fortitude to walk away from that type of shit, it takes some. And then, like you say, opening up this book and reading it, it takes something to live it. Shit. This is not a free ride. That's why we talk about this religion part so hard. This walk is not a free ride. So, I mean, I'm going to just use it. It's old school. This is a gotta let your nut hang type of walk for me. Man. You gotta be a damn man. That means you're going to go against some things that family, friends, and a whole bunch of other folks to live this damn word. That's just what it is.
Yep.
This ain't for them women. You know what I mean? This ain't for these soft, sensitive, metrosexual type dudes. This ain't what this is. You gotta be a damn man.
You gotta stand up. Because the one thing they can never say, when you go and you follow the path that the Father sent you on, and it gets done, and you're moving forward because you're following Yah and not man, they can't say shit about you. They have to pretend like you don't exist. They have to ignore you because they can't draw attention to you because people might look at you and be like, wait a minute, there's another way?
Woo!
I thought the only way to get to Yah was through you. Nah, I was just taking your shit. See, I'll be real with you. I'll tell you, hey, if you lay it at my feet, you ain't getting shit back from me. I'll just be real with you. As soon as you lay it down at my feet, I'm kicking you out. I'm not going to say, hey, brother, oh, you're a good brother. I mean, you got people running around telling, they call it a testimony, that I just met these leaders, and the first time I meet them, I hand them my deed. That's my testimony.
That's a terrible testimony.
That's a bitch out.
Yep.
That's like when you meet the OG on the street and the OG lick you up and down, you take your Jordans off and just slide them over to him, hoping that he approves of you. I guess. We have to stop. Those of us in this faith, y'all got to stop worshiping Jesus. And y'all got to stop following the disciples of Jesus. There's one Yeshua, one salvation, one good shepherd, one. David recognized that in Psalms 23. One. It's spoken about in the prophets. There's one shepherd coming. One. Because the rest of the shepherds were fleecing the flock. So there's one. What is wrong, brothers and sisters, with having Yeshua as your shepherd? Why is Yeshua never good enough?
Mm.
Is it because you can't see him? You need somebody you can see in front of you? What was that, brother?
Because of what's in the heart.
That's right.
Because of the desires of your heart. And Yeshua's words don't line up with what that flesh wants to do. People think you can be in the faith, but still be the old man alive.
Mm. Mm.
That's the wrong faith. That's the faith of Hasatan right there, the dead man's faith, or living man's faith, rather. Your old man.
Right.
You're rocking it out. Do what thou wilt.
Man. I mean, I've heard some crazy shit. I have brothers who told me things like, they were told by another brother that you can't get to the kingdom but through this elder.
What?
And I literally said, what the F? The only way you can only get the kingdom through this elder.
Okay.
And through this ministry. I'm like, so are you saying literally that the only people who are going are y'all?
I didn't heard stuff like that. Y'all brothers are right here on this call. Same thing. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you just sit there with your mouth open like, huh? Are you willing to put your salvation on that?
No.
Hey.
Are you willing to put is that your way of deceiving the masses to get them to believe and follow you blindly? Are you interested in power that much that you don't give a shit about people's salvation? You'll just destroy it and move on?
Yeah, it's because, like you said earlier, they weren't sent by Yah, and that's why.
Right.
And Yah's people are, destroyed for a lack of knowledge, because we won't pick up the book and read it for ourselves. That's why we're so easily gullible, and we waste, countless opportunities and, thousands or in some cases hundreds of thousands based on your ability of money and resources to this foolishness. And some of these, this is life. There are no do-overs. Could you imagine you'd have worked all of this time, accumulated some resources, some wealth, bought some land. Now you hear this dude talking, your heart is stirred up, and you just literally you lay it at his feet. Only later to discover the truth. But guess what? It ain't no reset button. That stuff stayed right there with him when you left.
Yep. It's gone. I saw Nkosi Joseph. Nkosi Joseph said, "You people curse but call yourself believers." Actually, no, I don't curse. I don't curse anybody. People curse themselves. Now, if you want to say, I'm saying what you would label bad words, those are not bad words either. Anything else you want to say?
No, they need to be quiet so they can learn some things. I mean, curses and blessings are clearly outlined in the Bible. Like you say, you can say that you don't like the language. Well, that's fine.
Right.
But you can't say we're supposed to be believers.
Right.
Believers actually walk this damn book out. And if you think that the men of old never said anything, even Yeshua, like I'm just gonna be real, Yeshua, we talked about this last week. Yeshua called a woman a dog. Now I'm pretty sure she or anybody around wasn't happy about that. They probably thought he was being profane too. But he just called it like he see it. See, that's what I'm talking about.
That's
These
exactly it.
Soft people. Just go to church. Keep letting them pump you full of that religion and all that extra stuff. And in the meantime, pumping the money up out of you. But don't come over here with that crazy stuff, man. Just you would do you well to just listen, so you can actually learn how to what? Maybe read the book for yourself instead of getting it from some odd place. Because I know you can't even find that in the book where that's listed as a curse. Or those are curse words.
You can't find that anywhere in the book that if I say shit, I just cursed. You should learn what blessings and curses are instead of following your traditional westernized Christianity definition of the words.
No doubt.
Because and likewise, you say I would submit to you. You say the same words that I do. When you say, "Oh shoot," I just say, "Oh shit," but you're saying that it's the same context. When you say "dang," I just say "damn." So in a sense, you're saying the same thing. You're just not saying the 4-letter word that I'm saying, but you're sure saying the same context that I'm saying it in. Just like in Britain, they say, "Oh, them bloody bastards." They're saying the same thing.
Yep.
You should learn what the Bible says, what is profane and not profane.
Hey, that's what I used to call Christian cussing.
There you go.
There you go.
Same thing you're saying, you just change the word up.
Yes, sir. Gosh, darn it.
Yep.
All of that. My question is, what do your
life Willikers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Gee Willikers. You might as well just say Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Right.
Because you meant that in your heart. Hey,
you meant that in your heart.
In your heart. Yep. My question would be, what does your life look like? Before you start coming out here with that extra judgment and everything, what does your life look like? And watch this, are you qualified to even judge based on the law? It's a question you have to ask yourself.
I would go as far as to say you're not qualified to judge because you judged what a believer is by what word. That's nowhere in the book.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. They're unqualified. Man. Like we get a little FY got a little interference. Hey, is he going on your side?
No, I think he cut out. Probably the storm we got rolling through.
Okay. Now I learned some stuff, man. Sometimes we just gotta. Sometimes it's good just to hold, as the old folks say, hold your mule.
Yes, sir.
Hold your peace. If you don't know what to say, you ain't skilled in the matter. Sometimes sometimes I have to pipe down. It's good piping down. People will never know what's going on with you or what you about.
Absolutely. That's
You know,
right.
so I've been learning to pull back from a lot of extra, especially how I used to be when you first start out in this thing. You be overly critical, overly judgmental. You be applying the how we did things in Christianity. We apply that to what we actually live in now,
Right.
and they don't go together.
It doesn't.
What I believed back then, all of that didn't go with this. Matter of fact, I had to come in here really totally anew. I had to come in here a blank sheet of paper.
Yes, sir.
So I can be rebuilt and retaught. I didn't come. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I say, I start watching people, especially when you talk. You can tell when you're talking to somebody new in the faith because we are. Like I said for myself, I was overly damn judgmental. I was judging stuff I had no idea what I was talking about because it was all based on what my pastor said, or what some elder said, or what your Sunday school teacher said, or even what your mama or father or grandmother or all your family members told you about what the Bible really was, even though they never read it themselves and lived it. They had no idea.
Yep.
So I'm just saying all that to say, sometimes it's just good to pull back from all that judgment. Get you some reading in. That's what I had to do. And I'm gonna just say, I think I started this thing in 2013ish. Well, guess what? I'm nowhere near a perfected person. I'm still getting some reading in, still getting some understanding in. And guess what? I found out everything I thought about Christianity or religion or Pentecostalism, whatever we wanted to call it, is nothing like our forefathers lived this book. It's nothing like Yeshua lived this book. Period.
Right.
No, it can't even touch it. Everything we learned was all false.
Yes.
But it was built on some false pretext.
I mean, I'm sure when Yeshua called the scribes and Pharisees vipers, I don't think that was a good word.
Right.
Nope. Nope. You call somebody a snake back then, I'm sure them was fighting words, and what she was saying, or he was saying, cursing words.
Curse words,
profane words.
Yep.
We about to get it on because you called me a snake or a dog. I'm sure they didn't think that was lovely.
And he called the religious leaders. They were the ones he was calling snake. Can you imagine somebody going to their so-called leader in the church and being like, "You a lying ass bastard"?
You know them fighting words.
Now you know why the crowd wanted that. That's why they were able to persuade the crowd to crucify Yeshua, to hang Yeshua from a tree. Because they probably were like, this man run around cursing folk. He calling our leaders, our elders, vipers.
Yes,
a den of vipers.
Man.
But as long as you say poo-poo instead of shit, and you just sit there and continue to spew lies and foolishness to people,
right?
Hey, it's all right then.
It's all good when you take their money for the tithes and offerings for the building fund for the building that never gets built, the air conditioner that never gets fixed.
Right.
That's not profane.
Yeah, and that ain't what we're about. That's just a whole bunch of niceties and a whole lot of bullshit. There's a word for you. That's what it is. Or your language, that's bull hockey.
Yeah. Bull pucky.
That's a bunch of dudes. That would probably be more to your liking.
Right.
What I said is bullshit. There you go.
Yep. Yep. Bull butter. I mean, all these terms are technically just slang terms.
That's it.
The same way you call it poo-poo. Oh, you poo-pooed. How do you know that's not offensive to somebody else?
Right.
You're supposed to call it bowel movement. Your baby had a bowel movement.
Oh, man.
What's the word that I can't even think of the words that somebody used to use with us. They came out probably for Passover. What was that? Buttermuff.
Bottom.
You know that right there.
Man,
I couldn't call nobody a buttermuffin. That sounded a little bit too.
I was like, is you straight?
I couldn't. That sounds real sweet. I ain't calling no dude a muffin at all, especially a buttered one.
Nope.
Man.
That's like calling a dude delicious.
Oh, man.
Hey, just so y'all know, I talked to our brother Lamar. He will be out for Tabernacle. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Awesome.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Man. That's gonna be awesome.
He moving, a lot younger than we are. He making the moves a lot younger than we are.
That's excellent.
I'm thankful for it, but I kind of look back like, damn, it would have been nice to have broken away from religion that young.
Man, ain't that the truth?
Man,
that's big.
Right. He about to be jetting off. He'll be talking to us about, some of the things that he wants to do. But I'm like, he got a decade head starting us.
So he might have 2 decades. He might have 2 decades on me for all I know.
I think he does.
He in his 20s.
Yep, he got 2 decades. He has a decade and a half on me.
Man, could you imagine what we could do if we could jump back to them years if we came into it way back when? About 18 or something? Man.
Man. That's real.
Hallelujah, brother.
Bless you, brother.
That's a blessing.
That is. Man. All right. Now we got that out of the way. So we'll be hitting on deliverance most likely next week. But sisters, we want to talk to the good ones, I guess you could call it.
That sounds good.
Because in all this, we talk a lot about marriage, we talk a lot about women, but one thing we want to kind of try and draw a balance. Because there are those good women out there that I'm telling you, there ain't nothing like having a sister, a wife, that really is one that understands her role based on what the Bible says. Sometimes that shit be giving me goosebumps.
Man.
When you think about it, I be getting goosebumps.
Yes, sir. It feels good to have you what is it? A Torah keeping El Chapo type of wife. Ooh. I know people get twisted. I'm just saying though.
And we're saying that we understand what she was, but we're saying there's a high level of honor you got to give that woman. She was a ride or die chick.
Yes, sir.
Even to the point when he was caught up, she still ride or die.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And for all the super spiritual people, it ain't nothing wrong with having you a good I'm gonna use real possession, helpmeet, wife, whatever you want to call her, concubine, handmaiden. I'll just go on down the list. There's nothing wrong with having a ride or die type woman. Guess what? That lives the book just like you do. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with having a woman that's down for you, that believes in the brand of you. Whatever your household name is, whether it's Bertie or Davis. And I said Davis because there's 2 Davises on here. No matter whatever that brand is, that woman is down for the brand. She down for you. She all about you. She ain't talking about my Jesus, my Yahweh, and all that stuff. Because guess what? That starts with you. She can't be talking about I worship the master unless she what? What about that one on earth in front of her that she lay down next to at nighttime? That's what's up. Ain't nothing wrong with having that kind of wife, that kind of woman. That's how it's supposed to be.
If you're not that woman who was being that for your husband, then you're wicked.
100%.
That's it. You're just wicked. And I don't want to hear those neutral words that a lot of y'all like to say. I'm striving. I'm trying. Can you imagine? I get this analogy in my house all the time. And I'm going to be real with y'all. You know, a lot of times y'all be saying stuff like, and brothers, y'all say this too. I'm striving and I'm trying, brother. I'm striving. I'm striving. Meanwhile, all you're doing is messing up. And what you call striving is just you just not caring that you mess up. So I'll give you an analogy. I gave them an analogy with their striving and trying. You know what? And y'all know we keep the channel real. So I gave them this analogy. Okay? With their striving and trying, especially when you know you weren't supposed to be doing it and you keep doing it. Can you imagine if I slept with your mama? Just tore the roof off of her.
Man.
And you came to me and said, hey, master, you slept with my mom. Baby, I'm striving and trying not to. Next week I did it. You came to me again. Baby, I said, I'm striving. I'm striving. Every pump, I strive to stop. I just couldn't. Next week, did it again. Did it for years. The same way y'all be sitting there saying, you know, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get there. You know, I'm praying about it. Imagine I did the same thing, but I was just doing your mom. Would you really believe that I was striving and trying? No, you wouldn't. You know you wouldn't. So why do you expect us to think that about you? When you've been given everything that you need to change. You've been given the word. You just don't want to change. Then you said you're striving and trying. No, you're not. You're striving and trying the same way I would have been. I'm striving not to have sex with your mama. So why'd you get in the car, drive over there, arrange the date, and then go into her? Well, I'm striving and trying. Let me pray about it. You know, some of y'all done bastardized even prayer. It's amazing that this faith, people can bastardize and tear up everything. How the hell do you go off and sin and the first thing you say is, I'm going to go pray? For what? Do you not know what the Bible says that he don't hear your prayer?
Right.
He will turn the skies into iron. He don't want to hear from you. But every time you go and do some dumb shit, you about to go pray. I just got done sleeping with Pookie. I'm going to go pray. Lord, take this thorn from me.
Forgive me.
And then if he answered your prayer and gave you a cancer in your vagina so you couldn't have sex no more, then you'd be pissed. See, y'all's answering some of y'all prayers. He's answering the way y'all want to. If y'all answered your prayers and you said, Father, I'm striving, take this from me, and he gave you a sickness so that you couldn't possibly have sex ever again, then you'd be asking him to take away that. Take away this sickness, Father. Didn't you pray and say, you need my help? I gave it to you. Now you want me to take that away from you? Y'all better stop playing with Yah.
Yes, sir.
Y'all better stop playing with the blood of Yahshua. Because that shit's going to cost you.
It's gonna cost you
with
more
your
than
prayer.
pay.
Way more than you're willing to pay. Woo! I said, Yah, humble me. Show me, get rid of my pride. And Yah did exactly, he knew exactly. For 6 years, I had to get cans and bottles out of trash cans to make a living. Now, when I said, Yah, humble me, I was thinking like he was going to do something real simple. Like just change my mind all of a sudden.
Or show you a verse.
Or show me a verse. Some of y'all be praying like you think something's just gonna pop, like a light's gonna pop on all of a sudden, you're gonna get it. You don't ever think that you have to walk this thing out. So for 6 years, I had to walk out going to trash can, getting cans and bottles out of it, seeing friends that I knew in high school, going through their trash, having them come out and be like, hey, Kunta, hey, young blood, is that you? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I thought you'd be out playing basketball somewhere. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, you know. Yeah. And they look at you like, I would have never guessed that. You know how humbling that is? Digging through people's dirty diapers and dirty tampons and shit like that to get cans and bottles. And I tell you this story because everybody be asking for y'all to do something in their life. And you think that it's going to take 15 minutes and a prayer. And some of y'all ain't really ready to pay the cost, to pay the price it's going to take to change your ass. Because it ain't going to be 15 minutes. It may just be 5 years, 3 years, 1 year. It may be a period of time because that's how prideful you are. Because I learned how prideful I was. Some of y'all ain't ready for that.
Man, that's the truth.
Some of y'all ain't ready for that. But then there are those sisters, man, that blow it out of the water. That read this book and truly get it. They truly, truly understand what their job is as a wife in regards to their marriage. In regards to their husband, head, master, whatever term you want to term it. They're few and far between. They are few and far between, but they are there. There are some that understand the blessing that they have in that they are covered. They don't have to take on the world like 85 to 90% of women, especially women of color, have to. And now it's getting to a point, it's not even a woman of color thing. It's just women all together.
That's right.
90% of women just wandering aimlessly. They'll get married and then divorced. Sometimes you gotta look back, you have to look at Yah and say, thank you, Father. And you don't show your gratefulness by bullshitting. You show your gratefulness by obedience.
That's right.
Go ahead, brother David. Like you trying to say something.
That's exactly right, brother. And we don't even have to speculate or wonder about it. He's already laid it out there for us. That is exactly how we show our thankfulness to him, how we show our love for him. We don't have to like recreate the wheel, come up with some new ways to keep it interesting. He's like, nah, it's just real simple. Just keep my commandments. Do what I've told you to do.
That's it. And some of y'all women understand that it's sometimes it seems that wise women overcomplicate what your position. In fact, that seems to be something that's taken over the faith, where we overcomplicate the Bible. Well, my job is to do this. No, your job is simply to go to your husband. Ask him, baby, what do you need from me? He tells you, you do it. The same way it is for me and Yah. Us and Yah. We read his book, he tells us what to do. We don't have to overcomplicate it. Ever. At all. We don't ever have to guess. Brother David, when you read this book, do you ever feel like you're just doing guesswork?
No, sir. I just read it, comprehend what he's saying, and then apply it. And do it.
What about you, Brother Andre?
No, it ain't guesswork. It's all laid out. I hear Brother David say this often. It's an open book test. We got all the answers right before us. We just read it and apply it. It's just so simple. I mean, I guess that's the problem. It's so simple. People are used to it being complex, so they can't comprehend it. It's super simple. It's never guesswork. Hey, I got this issue. I read about this issue, and there we go. Now I apply what I should be doing. I don't need a deliverance manual. I don't need somebody praying and slobbering all over me and wetting up my clothes with some olive oil that they got out of their refrigerator. I don't, I don't need to do all that.
Oh my God. You don't. So you saying you don't need people coming and pulling darts out of your back? Hey, brother,
No,
I feel something.
Nope.
You feel that, brother?
You can't.
We've had people do that stuff.
Hey, if you can
we've had people approach us. Oh, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Hey, if you can pull darts out of your back, you can stop using just for men. I'm just saying. If you got the power to pull darts out of my back, so spiritual darts, you ought to better have the power to keep your hair from turning gray.
Right.
Just saying. If it's really that.
This walk, brothers and sisters, is not some hyper spiritual marriage. Is not some, because I think sometimes y'all women look for this super deep connection that you think exists because you've watched too many movies. I was going over the sisters. I was going over music with them last Shabbat. So I had them play. I played some of their favorite songs, like Monica's. What was that song? Now that I have everything, I got a good man. I'm making wedding plans. Yeah, yeah. I went in the morning. I don't know the song. That song. So we were going over the song, and I said, you notice, we even went over Destiny's Child, Cater to You. And I said, you notice that all these R&B, which I call rhythm and bullshit, R&B, rhythm and bullshit. I said, all these songs are, I'll do for you, man, because you've already done for me. Once you do for me, now I'll cater to you. Now I'll give to you. Now I'll be this for you. And I'm like, that ain't the Bible, though. That's what we talked about last week. That's a contract. A covenant is not based on that. So many women have listened to this bullshit, and you watch the movies, and your girlfriends all are all the same way. So you think marriage is, he's going to give to me, and then I'll be a good wife. How many times do y'all hear women say this? I'll submit and obey if if he serves the Most High. Well, how do you know he's serving the Most High? Because how do you know? He could be serving the Most High. You just don't like what the Most High is telling him.
Mm-hmm.
He may be like, hey, baby, we moving out to the middle of the Ozarks. Well, I know you ain't serving the Most High, because the Most High would never tell me to leave Atlanta.
Man.
Huh?
That ain't a blessing.
That's a curse.
That's a curse. If she can't follow you, no matter what, that ain't adding to your days. That's a minus.
It's not. And then you have those sisters, and I got two of them here, Ebony and Lydia. It's interesting when a woman says something like, I believe that I'm supposed to be in your house, or I want to be part of your house. You have those ones that you almost feel like they want to be convinced. They'll tell you, I want to be part of your house, but then they want to be convinced to join your house.
Right.
Or women that are wives, they almost want to be convinced that you have to meet their criteria. Once you meet their criteria, then I'll be a good wife.
There we go.
Then you have those that just simply say, Like I saw one of the brothers put up some of the women, Sarah, Hadassah, Ruth, who are just like, listen, I know I can read, you know, for you women today, you can read what the book says a wife is to be. That's not contingent on him doing his job. That's, you said you would do this. Period. So then do it. Unless you're a covenant breaker, a lawless one who does not keep their word. You know, what, for a woman to think that she's not going to have to go through any emotional or mental battles in this faith is foolish. You're going to have to. You're going to have to overcome self.
Yes, sir.
You're going to have to say, damn, I'm so used to doing, I've been alive 33 years and or 35 years or 22 years. I'm so used to doing it this way. But I decided to join this man's house. I can't do it that way anymore. And there are those that get that. And then there are those that fight it. Which one are you? And these leaders, I saw what Brother Lamar say, they would say, he is not worthy of my submission. Any woman that feels that you have to be worthy of her submission, you should stay the hell away from her.
Yes, sir. Hey, you know, that's a really a backwards way of thinking too, because I always ask myself now, who did you submit to before? Before you even knew anything about the you know, living this word or the faith, did you say that you had prior relationships?
Right.
Or a prior relationship, and he wasn't following nothing? Don't you think that's kind of altogether turned around, that he was serving anything and everything and you was down for it? But now you have the, and I'm gonna use this word, audacity, the question a man that's following y'all? Nah. The same, you can't come somewhere and put these high restrictions on somebody when you had this super lax restrictions on somebody who was following the heathen nature. Just being real. They were just serving themselves. Ain't no way in the world you can come to a man of y'all and say, nah, I'm gonna start vetting you. Because what you said really is true. I done ran into sisters that even if they want to inquire about your house, they're like they vetting you. I'm like, but where did you come from? Who is actually gonna sign off on you? So I'm with you, bro. When you really have some help me, or a help me, or ribs, or a genuine, certified, bona fide wife, concubine, you know, the person that's for your brand, I'm gonna keep using it. It's for the brand of the house of whatever your last name is. That house, you got yourself something.
Yeah.
When y'all was talking earlier about this particular stream, or you mentioned it, I was like, I told my wives, and I'm gonna use the word wives because I got more than one. I told them, I said, you know, Shalom, yes, it would be here even if I had never met them. But shit, it wouldn't be nothing like it is now, because they were the people that helped me get it to this place. Does that make sense? I'm not negating y'all and whatever my destiny or vision is, but what I'm saying is the ribs that he well, we was talking about this on the way home. With both of my wives, I saw them and noticed them first. Checked them out and inquired about them before I even started approaching them. But what I'm trying to say is, this place Shalom wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for them. They're just straight up.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and when you got, and y'all know this, these brothers on the screen, they know this. When you got some good wives, oh Lord, you'll make a brother, and I'm gonna just say like I talk, you'll make a nigga run through a concrete wall. I'm just being real. When you got real wives, they make you feel invincible. And I ain't talking about shit. Not just in the bedroom. Watch that now.
Oh no.
They'll make you go ahead and conquer stuff that you ain't even thought about conquering, and who knows when. Or it was just a dream. or it was just an idea. They encourage you to no end to say, hey, we already know you can do it. Just go ahead and go after it. That's real.
Man.
I already know that. Shalom would be, man, this place would be a lot different without them. So I'm super thankful.
Man.
Woo. Good stuff, brother.
I can't even put it, I'm gonna be honest, brother. I can't even put a dollar value on it. And this is another thing too. This is something I noticed while we was gone. We went down to South Florida, right? Visit my dad and granddad and his family and stuff. But guess what? It was some fine, I'm talking about it was some super fine Latin American women down there. I'm talking about me, my son, and my brother. They were just one day we was going to the store, and I didn't even know my son noticed it. But even my son, my baby boy, he was like, I'm talking about this is a grown man with his own family and everything. And he said, Dad, ooh, that's how fine it was. Now you know you got you something when your women aren't intimidated by you even desiring to add to your house. Or if you say, man, some of these women, they look really nice. I don't know about their attitude, but they got the look. That's when you know you got some. When those women are intimidated by your vision or by your destiny, they want you to complete that for y'all. They want your house to grow by numbers that's just crazy. They see greatness in you to where they want your footprint to just be boom. You a whole city. That's what they want for you. That's when you got something. Now
and that's not weakness in them. That's strength in them.
That's strength in them. I tell my children that, I say, your mama is tough as all get out. I say, I know now family will label you and say, oh, she believe in polygyny, or oh, she letting him do this. No. It ain't a such thing. Oh, she just let me do this. She just see my vision.
Right.
She bought the brand. She bought the brand at 16 years old. I had to wait 2 years to, marry her. But do you get what I'm saying? She bought the brand.
Man.
So I know I'm blessed to the Lord. I already had told him if something was to happen to me today, y'all forbid. But I'm good with y'all. I'm at peace with y'all.
Man.
Matter of fact, to the point where it made me leery, even though every now and then I get a little leery about bringing the wrong folks around them. And I'm talking about women. I'm talking about women folks around. Make me a little leery by bringing them folks around them. Because when you got a good thing and it's peaceful and it's right, you don't want nothing to mess that up.
Yes, sir.
And I'm speaking from experience. This ain't guesswork. This is real work. I'm talking about my own personal thing. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about. I ain't trying to mess this up with some hick nut head woman, rebellious as hell, trying to lead you and tear your house up. And watch this, get a baby by you so they can get paid.
Oh shit!
These folks, that's what I'm saying. When real wives buy the brand, they want to have a child with you because they see greatness in you. They want those little yous to be on the earth. They ain't looking for a stimulus. They're not trying to make little stimulus checks and little retirement plans. That's the difference between a good wife now.
You be asking them, what's your retirement plan? Get knocked up?
Yep. There we go.
You saying something, brother, because that's I think that oftentimes we overlook. Like we read stories in the Bible and we try to explain them away. But there are certain stories that I look at, I'm like, that's a different kind of woman. So when I read the story of Sarah, I see Sarah, and that's why the Bible says, daughters of Sarah, whom ye are.
Yes, sir.
She was a different type of woman. I mean, all the things that she did, from lying to two leaders, saying that she was a brother or she was his sister, even though she could have gotten in trouble, bad trouble, she obeyed. To the point where when she saw my master wants something, Abraham wants something, he wants a son. I don't think I can give it to him. Go ahead, here, take Hagar. Take Hagar so that you can have what you want. How many women out there are actually interested in their husband getting what they want that much?
Not
Not
most.
many. Yes, sir.
Because a lot of the times these men, they just want you, woman, and you won't change. Sarah went and brought another woman to Abraham, and some of y'all, a lot of y'all just won't change. He wants you. He ain't interested in another wife, and you won't change.
Man.
So there's no way you're going to get to the next level, which is, what do you want, baby? You think that girl cute? She's looking at you. You looking at her? I'll go talk to her. You're like, whoa, whoa. I didn't say all that. Well, I'm just letting you know. Whatever you want, if it's within my power to do it, I will do whatever I can to get it for you.
Yes, sir.
When it talks about she's a blessing to your life, and again, we're not talking about just stacking up women, because I know some of y'all gonna take it that way. Y'all just want a bunch of women. Listen, if I wanted a bunch of women, guess what I would have?
A bunch of women.
A bunch of women.
Same here.
So no, we're clearly not talking about that.
Yes, sir.
But it could be whatever it is that man is pursuing at that point in time. Whatever it is. When you have that El Chapo wife, the ride or die chick,
woo.
And you know what, to be honest, our women used to be like that. During the whole civil rights Black Panther movement during that time, when the men were out there busting ass, guess where the women were? Right next to them. It wasn't until this whole feminist movement came in and women started taking off their bras and wanted their own freedom. Actually, it happened a little bit before that also. Because it's always been that way from the beginning of time, where women would try to stray off and do their own thing. Look at Jezebel. But it's become more and more prominent for women to want to do their own thing now. And you're there as it's kind of like a lock. She's there to lock you in place to get your finances. And that's it. Firm don't. It's so bad today that we don't even know what happy marriages look like anymore.
That's the truth.
Most children today, and this is a real fact, sisters, I'm telling y'all this, I hope y'all listen. Most children today, most little girls don't want to be anything like their mama. Most girls today don't want to be anything like their mama. Now, you know that is bad. I don't want to be nothing like mama. Why not? Because I want to make my husband happy. Damn.
Wow.
Like, you 9 years old. You know that already?
They be watching.
They be watching. These children are smart. That your sons want to marry somebody the exact opposite of mom.
Man. Woo. That ain't saying much. Supposed to be the other way around.
Mama should be setting that standard for the daughters and for the sons. Hey, baby, you don't want to. Any woman that cannot do these things, you shouldn't be interested in her. That's why a lot of the sons today be going after these hoes out in the streets, because mama was a hoe. Daddy got ran off, and then now daddy's a deadbeat. It's crazy. Brother Alex said, I told my wife the other day, my daughter should want to be her and want to hang out with me. That's exactly it.
Yes, sir.
Your children, the number one teachers of your children, the number one relationship that they should be learning from is their parent. That should be the number one relationship. Is that enough? In the faith, most of these children want nothing. They don't want to be nothing like their parents. What's going on? What is really going on? We have very little influence on our children today. Not because we don't have the opportunity, but because we waste it. All our children ever learn is how not to be. Man, but Andre, you got anything?
Nah, man. I mean, you really hitting on all cylinders over there, brother. I mean, I like where I'm gonna go backwards a little bit. I like when you talked about, the dog being a daughter of Sarah. That when I think about that in that term and her name being used like that, that mean that she set such a high standard. That's what people should be moving toward. I don't like to use the word striving because that's already been catchphrase as bullshit. I mean, striving and trying is the same thing. But I'm just saying, I look for wives or women that desire to be wives to have that type of, I say that type of spirit, that type of hunger. And I think one thing that jumped out of me was when you said something, I was stuck on something when you talked about Sarah's spirit and how she brought up Hagar. And most men, what you said was true. They think, I'm sure Abraham was thinking like most men. When she said, hey, how about Hagar? That nigga wasn't even thinking about her. He was like, what? Yeah, he was on something else, probably something totally different. It wasn't that he didn't know that he owned everything in his house as most people make it up to be. It's just that his mind wasn't on that. But she was so down for him. She was like, hey, nigga, you got to accomplish what God set out for you to do. And since we already know this, I don't know if it's going to be done over here because, I got some fear in my heart. I got some doubt. But, nigga, hey, this girl young and tender. Let's go ahead and go for the goal.
Yep.
So I was just still stuck on that, bro, because I'm like, sometimes just to think about how that woman performed, how women of old perform, man, I heard Brother David said when we first started. I mean, nowadays, man, you just don't meet them kind of women like that. Those women were tough. Those women were strong. They had tenacity, man. They was loyal. They was committed. They had a sense of duty, a sense of honor.
Yes.
Death to you part was something big for them. When their husband died, it was a big thing. It wasn't just like, whatever. Can't wait to collect all this money after I bury him. That was a big blow. So they didn't act
like Abigail did unless the man was wicked.
Right.
If the man was wicked, when he died, they were like, "Woo, I'm out."
Right.
But if he was a man that loved the Father and again righteous, and again, a lot of y'all sisters don't really want a righteous man. You want a man you can control.
Yes, sir.
Because what a righteous man will do, according to this book, is a lot different than what you're used to.
Man, bro, now you talk. Way different.
Way different. You think righteousness is he, has discussions about the Bible with you, and y'all both know. Righteousness is he teaches you.
There we go.
Y'all aren't having mutual Bible study. He's having Bible study with you. He's teaching you. He's bringing the word to you. You're not coming to him. You need to be. The Torah said, look right here. It said the Torah said this. Again, if you had a righteous brother, you said, well, I'm calling pastor. He would say, you call pastor, you done. I'm the priest of this home.
Yes, sir.
The only one higher than me is Yeshua HaMashiach. Then yeah, there ain't nobody else higher than me in this house. That would be righteousness. If you were so concerned about righteousness. Because I'm just looking in the Bible, I'm like, when did you ever see Sarah be like, nigga, you interpreting the word wrong, nigga. I'm going to tell what Methuselah.
Never happened. Would have never happened.
Would have never happened.
Yeah.
Ever.
Ever.
I'm going to the elders of the church.
See, that's not a wife. Man.
In fact, when you go through the book, you don't see women really just walking up to the elders because they didn't have access to the elders like that. That was where the men went.
Yes, sir.
They was taking their questions to their own home.
Man.
Wow.
Man.
Huh. So you mean that the wives didn't have the first lady's phone number? I'm calling pastor's wife. And we gonna talk. No. They went to their husband. And there are some of you sisters that get that. Y'all get, I have to go to my husband because my husband is the priest, the elder, the pastor, the teacher, the shepherd of this home. He is the savior. He is literally the Yeshua of me. He is the savior of this body. And since I am his rib, he is the savior of me. That's some big time talk right there.
Yeah, most only believe that when it comes to the finances or security or something. When it's beneficial to them.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Do y'all really believe the Bible and what it says? Because I'm gonna ask y'all, where do you see it? Where do you see it in the Bible? This is how it was ran, the way you see it today. Where do you see women running up to their pastor? In fact, because we've gotten so much westernized Christianity in it, we see that happen every single time, every single Shabbat, and it doesn't even bother anybody. It should bother you men that another man called your wife and your wife responded. That should bother you, men.
It should be some smoke in the city.
Yes, sir.
You should be able to stand up and be like, and I'm talking about stand up in the middle of fellowship. Nah, that ain't happening because that's what I would do.
Man.
Hold up that church finger.
Man.
What happened to the bed? Sister so-and-so, come on up here. And she get up out her chair, fix her dress, and walk up to the front, and you just stand there like a good dog?
Jesus. Yep.
Man.
That should bother you.
All of the times men's wives have been hauling the pastor Gatorade, Kool-Aid. Now, of course, we seeing these Hebrew assemblies, they might not go to those extremes exactly, but it's the same. It's like, it's only slight difference. Calling your wife up to the front? Nah. I'm sure some folks still out there fixing the pastors and elders' plates and serving their families before they even serve their own husbands
Oh
and their own
man.
children. I'm sure that still goes on.
The pastor's water glass runs out, and there goes somebody's wife to get him a refill.
Yeah.
But then when she at home, when your glass runs out of water, she looks at you like, you better get yourself some water. You better die of thirst.
And that's if she even noticed.
Right.
Oh man.
Pastors don't even run out. It just get low. And they go up
Yes,
and
sir.
refill it with a fresh napkin on top.
Yes, sir. That's it. Hey, like a horse
Shalom,
in the
Mother
Kentucky
Kate.
Derby, they be flying over there.
Shabbat shalom, Mother Kate. Shabbat
Man.
shalom. I be looking at some of that stuff like this crap is crazy.
You can't make it up.
So if a man called another man's wife, like, hey, sister, come on up here. And she's like, no. The church would say she's got Jezebel. I would say she's righteous.
I would say she's righteous too.
If her head didn't give her the go, she ain't going. That's righteousness. That's not disrespect. It was disrespectful for her to even be called up to the front without going to the husband.
Sir. Sir.
That's a disrespect started. We have to get the traditional Western Christian ideal out of the faith. It's destroying the faith. It's destroying our families. It's destroying order. It's destroying everything. It's destroying deliverance because, once again, this is supposedly deliverance. A Christian Sunday pastor. This is deliverance.
Man.
I mean, I was reading some stuff in there. He was like explaining schizophrenia. And he was like, it's like a hand, and there's 5 spirits that work together. I was like, where did you get that idea from? Did you just make that shit up? What verse did you get that from? It's maddening. So now our families are this. Our families are, well, what does leadership say? Man goes to woman. Man says, hey, I would like to talk to your father about possibly marrying you. She doesn't take the man that's interested in her to her father. She takes him to her pastor.
Oh.
Or elders. But I'm here to talk to your father. Well, that's my spiritual father. Doesn't the Bible say first that which is natural? So I want to talk to your natural father, not your spiritual father, because I don't see spiritual father anywhere.
That's when they say, "Oh, well, he ain't in the faith."
Right.
They always
That's
come with
funny.
that
I didn't
beat.
see that stipulation anywhere.
Me neither. Hey, I just heard somebody say that. I'm just gonna keep it on. I redirected somebody that really, no matter what the situation was, they should be going to their father. It was a widow now, with no male sons. And her father is living. That's what she told me. Now, that blew my socks off. Because I was like, where did they find that in the Bible? Because this ain't about your feelings type book. That's the stipulation. Hey, get back up on a man in your family.
Right. A kinsman. Somebody. Brother Lamar said, or he is in the faith, but we don't know him. What does that have to do with, where do people So the father's in the faith, but because the church camp ministry doesn't know the father, they can just discredit.
No, that's not Bible.
That's not Bible.
Now I do know of a place that sells that kind of stuff, and as the Bible, I do know a group or groups or ministries that will sell you that stuff, and I'm just saying, but that's not Bible.
That's not Bible. And I think that's what you have to determine is that do you want the GMO'd version of the Bible? Or do you want the all organic version?
Man, bro.
And if you want the GMO version, hey, I'm cool with it. If you want to read the NIV Bible all day long, go ahead. I just won't.
Hey, either.
So in this faith, there are women that get it. There are women that get it. Brothers, what are some of the things? Because you know, in Sirach, chapter 26, verse 1, it says, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. The number of his days shall be doubled. What are some of the things that your wives do that double your days? We're talking a little bit personal now. This is our opportunity to shout out the goodness, the blessing of those wives that are truly obedient to the book. I love shouting out the good parts.
Man, that's a huge list. I mean, even just the normal, well, quote unquote normal, because it may appear normal, but if you put a lot of dudes in that situation, they would be like, whoa, man, I'm worn out. Just in what we would call the normal day-to-day chores, you know. At least here, man.
I just say with this, and it may seem small to some, but it's big to me. One of the things I noticed that they do is they try to make sure I'm not overworked. They try to make sure I'm not overworked physically. They might try to make sure I'm not overworked mentally. If they see me trying to tackle a task or multiple different tasks, they trying to help out with that, and or they even trying to make moves to where they can conquer more ground. You know, they ain't always got a question ready. They more so awaiting instructions, and that's super huge. To have wives that are not trying to give you the business and give you the 411 and tell you everything, but they actually awaiting instructions. That's huge. The other thing is operating in love, not only towards you as the head or the master or the husband, but how about operating in love toward one another? Like for my house as a polygynous man, it's huge. That's big. If I don't have to, what is the word? Monitor you. If I don't have to monitor y'all, I don't have to listen to your conversation. I don't have to always give you some corrections and all that stuff. That shit is super huge. You talking about adding to your days. If you ain't battling that, just that alone. If you don't have to monitor and chase them down about their attitude and their mouth and their word, and they can operate in love, shit, you might get an extra 40, 50 years out of that.
Ooh. Man, bro. I know that feeling where at first you have to run around with a penalty flag like a referee. And every time they start talking, you gotta chuck that thing.
Yes, sir.
Running off with the mouth.
Yes, sir.
Number 25. That's a 15-yard penalty.
Yes, sir.
Still, first down. I ain't gotta do that. When you just got the piece,
man,
they can talk, they can laugh. You ain't over there hiding around the corner trying to hear what they're saying, making sure they ain't disrespecting each other.
Right. Man, that's huge. Wait, what about this? I'm not trying, like I said, I'm not trying to brag. This is just something That don't mean I ain't never have to get on to them or never have to say anything to them. But what I'm saying is, when they're learning how to master the things that you're teaching, the things that you promote, that's still your brand. So what I'm gonna say is, this is super huge for me. What about when you are not having to they actually can have an argument or in disagreement. Well, I don't mean an argument, but I'm saying they can actually have a disagreement without you having to monitor that. That's huge for me. They can actually not agree on something and take some time to explore one another's thought process behind what they said, or like when they see something off with one another. That's super big for me, man, to say, for us to hear a sister say, hey, what's going on with you? I noticed you acting a little strange, or, well, you know, something wrong. You know, when I see that stuff going on, or when they trying to make sure each other is comfortable. Hey, are you comfortable? I heard you say something your back was bothering you. You need me to watch this? You need me to rub some oil on you? You need me to do something for you? You need me to take, how about I do this right here, this chore right here, and then you do that? How about that? How about you? How about when a person is so worried about you, they say, hey, I don't think she, or I don't have people come to me and say, I don't think she should be doing that because she said her back was hurt. I said, well, hey, I appreciate you telling me that. Let me go in there and holler. Damn. That's big.
Dude, brother, that part right there is huge for every man that so-called thinks that he wants to be polygynous, that he wants more than one wife. If you don't know how to run your house and your wives do not truly operate in, my brother David's words, charity towards one another, you're going to spend your whole marriage throwing penalty flags. You might as well get your white and black striped shirt, because you're going to be micromanaging conversations, how they look at each other, how they talk to each other. You ain't going to get shit done as far as your homestead goes.
Nope. No, you're going to be wore out. If you're doing that shit, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be wore out. That's straight up. And I'm going to get straight up. My bad, brother. I'm going to say this one last thing.
Go ahead, brother David.
You are, I believe that you as a man, me as a man, my people are a mirror image of who I am and what I stand for. So if I stand for shit, if I'm keeping up mess, if I love anarchy and all that other kind of stuff, like I don't promote competition. Now, I used to hear a big time minister promote competition amongst his wives, like they finna have a battle royal or a gladiator fight to obtain that man's attention in polygyny. That man is a fool. And I can just say it. He a fool.
He gonna lose his house.
Exactly. That's not what this is. Y'all know, brother. It'd be funny. I'm gonna just tell the audience this. Do y'all know that us as brothers, we don't even really talk about polygyny at all, hardly. Now watch this. Unless we clowning on some weak ass brothers that think they know what they're doing, that's finna F up their whole life and their family life. But amongst us brothers who have we have big households or put more than one wife, we don't even talk about this shit. This shit is not even on our agenda. It's too much other stuff to be accomplished. But guess what? That comes from having good ribs, good helpmeets, good wives, picking up the slack, running with it, knowing how to take delegation without question, and just running the damn plays. We talk, matter of fact, we talk like this. This is our regular convo. Yes, of course we nice. Of course we whatever. But guess what? We can talk to them like this and they get where we coming from, and a wife doesn't feel offended. I'm offended. He didn't talk to me right about this. Hold on a second, man. I'm just being a little bit more powerful in my speech. Nothing against you. That just means let's put some urgency on it.
Yep.
That's the stuff we talk about. But anyway, go ahead, brother. I'm gonna be honest, this is a good topic because I even seen y'all wives how they move. I had the privilege and honor of being on y'all land and see how y'all wives move. They move like, as my father would say, most Mogan Gator, like real badasses, untouchable folk.
And it don't mean that we ain't gotta tighten up the wrench every once in a while. We gotta pull that wrench out and tighten up them bolts a little bit.
Yes, sir.
That has to happen too.
Yes, sir.
That's part of it. Men be trying to, I want a wife, and I'm just going to let her run the show. Now I want 2 wives, and I'm going to let them both run the show. Now I want 4 wives, and I want them to all run the show.
There are worse things in life than death, and that would be one.
That would be it.
And they don't realize it until they get in that situation, and then it's just, you know, years eroded, and they don't even care because they like waiting on it. Because you're afraid to just rule your house well.
Man. I know I'd be outside working and it'd be hot. And then it's amazing because it's weird when you see like the one flesh thing really take place in a way that's very dynamic. So I'll be out there thirsty. I'm like, man, I'm about to go in the house and give me some water. And as soon as I think that thought, here comes Ebony with my water bottle. And I'm just like, that's not real. I'll even say to her, like, are you reading my mind? She's like, why? I said, I was literally about to plant this last pepper plant and go get my water bottle. Oh, I just heard it in my head you might be thirsty, and I decided to bring it to you. Meanwhile, I might be 200 yards away from the house. So she didn't say, that nigga too far. He on his own.
Wow.
She got the water and brought it all the way out to me. If I guzzled it down and needed a refill, she'd be happy to come back and refill it and bring it back out there again. Now my oldest daughter, now she brings me my water bottle. Because she saw Mama Ebony do it.
That's big. It's huge.
So now I'm thinking, when that girl grows up, she's going to have the correct teaching so that her husband, I mean, I'll be out there working. She'd be like, Daddy, I brought your water bottle. And even if I don't need any water, I'll take the water and drink it happily just so that she can see that I'm grateful for it. And so that she understands that too. If I was just like, nah, take that shit back home.
That's big, man.
So I take that water bottle, pour it over my head, drink it up, and she'd be over there just teasing it and smiling. I'd be like, thank you.
That's huge,
but she's learning from the women.
Man, hey, I want to say something, brother. When I first came to your house at Passover, and I hope that she know this. I believe she know it. I noticed something about Sister Ebony, and that's why you be looking at her like you do. You know that she bought the brain. I already know that. Even with, hey, watch this. If she need, I hope she hear this. Even with the one time that the brother seen you without your head covered on in life, the reason why Brother Chris is real light on that, he didn't even have to tell me. I'm just telling you. I know why he was light, because he know that you bought the brand. So he took that into consideration. I know it. I could tell when you was talking about it's something about the way, like that water thing, that stuff never leave me, man. That I'm just saying the serve, when you see a woman serve the way she served, that stuff don't be leaving me, man. I be watching. I make notes. I used to make middle notes, and then me and my folk go back and talk about it. Me and my wives go back and talk about it. We be like, you saw that? You saw this? Yeah.
I'm not even gonna stop there. Sister Lydia, you know, every morning I wake up, it don't matter what time it is. I could be like, I'm waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I could be like, I'm going to bed at 3:58 and waking up at 4:03. She'll have me fresh, and now because it's hot, I'm drinking cold coffee. She will have me ice cold coffee. I wake up in the morning and the coffee's already there.
Man.
I don't even have to get up. I just reach my hand out and there's the coffee cup.
Wow.
Every morning. Do you know when I get in the car, she buckles my seatbelt? I don't even buckle my own seatbelt.
Man.
I be trying, and I be joking too, because and here's the thing, she sees it as an honor. So I'll be playing games. I'll be like, all right, I'm leaving. And I see her rush out to the car. So then I'll go to the shed and start playing around the shed a little bit. I'm like, she gonna leave that car. If I sit in the shed for 15 minutes, she'll sit by that car over 15 minutes.
Wow.
Because damn it, she gonna buckle my seatbelt.
Man.
I'll go get in the car, and then if she walks away for like a second to go do something, I try to run in the car. She be chasing me down.
That's awesome, brother.
I run and jump in the car through the window, jumping through the window, and she right there with the seatbelt, like click. I'm like, damn, I thought I got you.
Man.
But here's the thing: I didn't tell her that I wanted that. She heard it mentioned in one of our conversations that we were having as brothers, and picked up on it and said, I want to do that for him.
Man.
When you have a woman that will listen and pick up on something without you having to go to her and teach her, this is what I want, this is how I want it. She just hears it and picks up on it and starts running with it.
That's huge.
Every time she does that, I know I just got 3 more months added onto my lifespan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your word. Now, this is to me. This when you have a wife, your words are like Yah's words. It gives them life. It gives the women life, and they heed those words, or holding words so dear. They like, I ain't gonna watch this. They not gonna be a forgetful person. Well, every now and then some may slip through the cracks, but it's not gonna be habitual.
Yes.
Because these are your words. They hold them high. Yeah, I noticed Sister Lydia, she looked like she ran in front of the truck door. When you was finna go somewhere, I was like, did she just kind of almost ran him over to open up the door for him? I just looked. I said, now this is amazing.
So then when you read in Ephesians 5 and it says that a man must be willing to give his life for her, women be wanting men to give their life for them and they ain't shit. A man don't give his life for an ain't shit woman.
That's true.
Just being real. That's just being real. Even though some of y'all, you think you know the Bible, Yeshua did not get hung on that tree for the wicked one. He hung on that tree for the repentant one. So if you just running around wicked, he didn't die on that tree for you. He died on a tree for those that are his, who are going to repent and walk in the newness of life. That's it. That's it. It's the same way with us men. We're not giving ourselves for no rowdy ass, rebellious ass women.
True.
I ain't doing it. I'm not killing myself over that. But I will work my ass off. I will give not just 100%, 500, 1,000, 10,000. I will go as hard as I need to. You know, it makes you think of how Ahasuerus really was when he saw Esther. Sometimes I truly get a glimpse of that in my own life.
Man.
But like, you just look at them and you're just like, I really would probably give her half my kingdom if she asked for it. And that lets me know I better not tell her that, because she'll probably ask for
it. Man, hallelujah, brother. Wow.
But you know, as a man, maybe I'll speak for myself. Most men want to feel that. We just don't get the opportunity to. We want that Ahasuerus feeling, to know what it would feel like to be like, I just want you so bad. You just are so What do you want? And then for her to not say, shit, give me all your shit, nigga. No. She's like, I just want to serve you. Oh! If you had erectile dysfunction. See, here's another thing. A lot of you sisters don't know, you're the reason why your man got erectile dysfunction.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You the one, my husband, he limp. He limp because of your ass. There ain't nothing that's a turn on about you. Well, I got these cheeks and I got these big old titties. That ain't doing it for him.
Oh, man.
Because if I wanted that, I could go out into this world and get a bigger ass and bigger titties than yours. Stop it. It's
You're
that
right.
spirit, that humility, that obedience, that will wake a man up in a second.
Yes, sir.
Aphrodisiac there is.
Yes, sir.
There you go, brother.
Yeah.
Woo! That is the biggest aphrodisiac. And that's not contingent on, well, I'm 51 years old and I can't have children. If you're obedient, that ain't going to stop me wanting to express myself in you.
That's true.
I'm just being real.
Yes, sir.
Because a lot of you sisters feel like you can't be a benefit to a man because you can't have children. Because somewhere somebody told you that because you can't have children, you're worthless. That ain't the book.
Nope, that's not the
probably
book.
in that deliverance manual.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You'll find that in here.
Yeah. If you try to be with your wife and it's not for procreation, you got a demon. That was probably coming from.
You got a demon. Now you got a spirit of lust.
Bam,
there you go.
Sex is only for procreation.
Yep, not so.
Not so.
Man.
You sisters actually have it. The problem is that you don't want it. There is a righteous way to do all these things. You want a man to love you, to want to, be willing to give his life for you, because I be listening to people. If a woman comes to me and be like, are you willing to give your life for me? No. Because there's two ways a man gives his life for his wife. One, because she's righteous. But the second way you men are willing to give your life for her is because she's wicked and you won't let her go. You are also giving your life for her wickedness, for her sin. You're willing to take years off your life to keep a wicked woman around. That worth it? That ain't worth it.
Not even close.
Not even close. But man, you get yourself a hold of a woman with the spirit of Esther, Ruth, Sarah.
Man. Hey, you just made me laugh a little bit, man. My mind was just pondering because I know y'all know this feeling. You ever had that feeling like you really sleepy, you tired or whatever, and you like, I think I'm gonna, get into some things a little bit later with your wife, and then you think about the obedience, and you like, they like, what's that poking me? Nigga, I was just thinking about you. I thought you were sleeping. Now I ain't sleeping now. I'm ready to break you off.
Right.
They be like, what happened?
It'd be like Popeye when he eat that spinach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That obedience. I'm just saying what you were saying about the spirit. Man, an obedient, submitted wife, that's for you. Your vision, what y'all got for your life? Oh, man. They'll think you making videos in there, man. Because you be on home.
Check this out. First Kepha 1. So 1 Peter 3. Let me just say that. In the same way, I'm reading the scriptures version. Wives, be subject to your own husbands, so that if any are disobedient to the word, they without a word might be won by the behavior of their wives. See, that verse right there is so powerful because that means that a wife's behavior can win over her husband. Her behavior can win you over. Having seen your blameless behavior and reverence, your world should not be outward, arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on clothing, but the hidden man of the heart with the incorruptible ornament of a meek and peaceable spirit, which is of a great value before Elohim. For in this way, in former times, the Kodesh women who trusted in Elohim also adorned themselves, being subject to their own husbands. Sisters, you hear that? In the former times, the holy women who trusted in Yah. Oh, Brother David's back. There he is. So you can't say you trust in Yah if you have not adorned yourself by being subject to your own husband.
Yes, sir.
You can't. So all that, well, I keep the Torah and I know these verses backwards and forwards. That don't mean nothing.
You saw a while back, brother, that there was a sister that had a question.
Yes.
About it looked like it's Melissa Boyer. Is this Cafis or Cafis? She says, "Hi, in the future, might you do a video just on widows? For example, my closest male relative is a first cousin once removed, so I don't know how someone like me, might fit in your world thing." And I'm assuming she's making that comment because of what I said about widow that I had spoken with. You know what I mean?
Yep.
In which, I mean, she should. I think widow should seek covering from the nearest male kinsman. And that's predicated on whether or not they want to remarry or not. I mean, that's what it'd be predicated on. If it's predicated on that, and I feel like if the woman wants to remarry, she just has to understand that whoever she's making herself known to, I mean, she's gonna be subject to that brother as far as, watch this, just vetting her, seeing if she even capable of doing that. Because hey, you were once married, you're once fitted for a certain man at one time. So it's gonna be Billy. Really, are you capable of Are you capable of, watch this, buying the brand of this guy you would like to be married to, or whatever? Or he makes an offer, or whatever the case is. So I mean, some of that stuff gonna be case by case. It's not, because it sounds like, I mean, I'm assuming, but it sounds like you have questions about whether or not being a widow and being amongst your kinsmen, or maybe possibly something else. I guess we have made any videos on widows, or you haven't done anything on widows.
I mean, I think we talked about widows.
I guess my question is right here, because it seems like to me, a lot of, well, I ain't gonna say a lot of, quite a few widows be out there. Like I even noticed, I was like, it's some young women that be widows. Young women with children. I'm like, wow. I guess I just didn't think about it as much. That being a thing.
That's the first thing, is that I would, with respect, sister, or with respect, Melissa Boyer, what is your definition of a widow? Because some women be having like, I'm a widow because I slept with 15 dudes and I'm a widow now. Because they read some biblical definition of a widow. And I'm not saying that's you. I'm not saying that's you, Melissa. But a lot of women have very, just like the word virgin, they have very different
Yes, sir.
definitions of these words. I'm a
sir.
virgin because I just came into the faith, and my pastor said that the old me is gone. That don't make you a virgin.
Husband of one wife. I mean, what you only
That would
had,
be.
my bad. You only had one husband. Wife of one
That's what I see a widow as.
60,
That's what when in First Peter it says, "Let a woman be the husband of one wife." That's what over 60, has raised children, washed the saints' feet. So there's a criteria to what a biblical widow is compared to a widow, what the world's definition of a widow is.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that. Because you could be 50 and your husband died. He was the only husband you had. It could be so many other variables. But we're going to have to put it up against the word. Because I think that's
right.
funny when you say women talking about they're a widow. They done slept with 15 guys. Nah, you just a hoe. I'm talking about the woman that's sleeping with 15 guys and calling herself a widow. That's wild.
Right.
Man.
So, Melissa Boyer, if you could, are you a widow as in your husband is deceased, or are you a widow as far as you're just single?
That's even more funny.
Oh, see, look at her response. You don't see this in the faith anymore.
What's her response?
I was married 32 years.
Wow.
That's a long time.
And my husband passed away. I loved him so much. Well, Melissa, I want to say first, honor, respect to your deceased husband. Much honor and much respect to your deceased husband and to his house. Man, 32 years?
That's a long time, Jack. That's a long time.
Wow.
God.
Well, hey, this is another thing too. Like some women might just watch this now. This is gonna be interesting. Some women may just desire to be spiritually covered. You I'm just saying. I'm just saying, widows, single women, whoever you are, don't fall for that spiritual covering stuff. You're saying,
Don't fall for that.
Don't fall for that.
As a widow, let's go to the book so that you're not hearing it from me. Let's go to 1 Timothy.
Man, she said her son passed away at age 13. She has a sister who never married, and she has no brothers. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and ask since you putting all this out there. What is you seeking, sister? Let's just be real. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say, brother. Hey, this stuff it'd be interesting.
I'll say this, Sister Melissa Boyer Caffey. Forgive me if I mispronounce it. If you do not have a male cover, this is going to sound so old-fashioned in today's modern Western society. If you do not have a congregation or a church that is going to meet what 1 Timothy 5 says, your best option would be literally, and even if, you and the man had to discuss it, but join a man's house. It sounds so old-fashioned. I understand. Even if you were like, I would like to join a man's house, but I want to honor my dead husband, and I don't want to be, like that. You could discuss with a man that, where you could still have a physical covering, but in honor of your dead husband, there's no sexual things happen. That would need to be discussed in the preliminary stages.
So what would she? You got go ahead and let's lay it on out for her. What would she be coming into a person's house as? Woo! The word is good. I love it.
you would be joining that man's house as a servant to his house. I know it's old-fashioned, but you would be joining that man's house as a servant. You would have covering and protection. He would not go into you. He would protect you, I guess in a sense, as a kinsman would.
Yes, sir. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So, and there's
That's
nothing
cool.
wrong with that. That beats what we have in this modern Western Christian society, which is convalescent homes and single women being taken advantage of by this world. That's the other option. Be single and take on the world by yourself. That's the other option. Oh, she said, to be honest, I am lonesome. All right. She said, I want a family, but don't really want to be remarried, and I am too old to have any more children. Understandable. Understandable. The reality is, sister, there's a lot of women right now who are in your position, who are seeing the need. You know, they see the way the world's going. They see, man, I'm not trying to go do this by myself. And they're widowed, and they don't have a male kinsman who can cover them. Well, First Timothy 5, where it talks about the church, you have to realize we see this. We see the church building as the church. The church is not the building. The church is not the pastor. Each brother in this faith is the church. Each man is the church. We are all part of the body. So a lot of times we look for building to be the church. Not the case. Not the case. The body is the church. So your number one option would be, if you don't have a male kinsman, you don't have a male that can look over you. I mean, I'm just saying what I would find a male to possibly cover, who you know is walking the faith out. That's where we are. And it sounds so old-fashioned, but it wasn't so old-fashioned when Ruth did it, or when Naomi did it with Ruth. When Ruth joined Boaz's house, when Ruth joined Boaz's house, Naomi joined as a servant to Boaz. And we see servanthood as such a negative thing, when in reality, I mean, I put this out there. It's going to sound bad for a lot of people, but if you look behind words, you'll see. What is actually one of the primary roles of a wife? She is a helpmeet to her husband. She obeys. She submits. That sound like a servant? Does not Yah call us men his bride?
Yep,
Absolutely.
we're servants unto Yah.
Are we not his servant?
Yes, sir.
How many
100%.
times you see well-esteemed men in the Bible say, I am your servant?
Yes, sir. Hey, they say,
but we are
bride.
also the church and the bride. Sister Melissa said, not to be crude, just don't want to have sex with anyone else. That's not crude at all.
Not at all.
That's honorable. That's actually extremely honorable. That is honoring your dead husband. I don't see anything wrong with what you just said, sister. It's not crude, it's just honest. You honor him enough to say, I gave myself to him. I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, it's not. It's straight up.
Yes, a handmaid. Yes, you'd be a handmaid. You could join a house as a handmaid. We don't see that today because the current construct is in this Western society is when a woman's older and she has her children are grown. When she gets old, she just gets thrown into a convalescent home. That's it. But the faith actually had a system set up. And if you read 1 Timothy 5, it's right there. There was a system set up so that the older women who did not have a male kinsman, they didn't have to get sent to the women's shelter of California. There was always somebody there. See, this is the problem when you get so far away from the faith and you start putting GMOs in the faith.
Yes, sir.
Now the faith becomes a money-making organization. Where everything's about what can I get from you. And meanwhile, I mean, a woman should not come empty-handed. But also at the same time, it's not a money-making scheme. How much money do you make? Well, I have this and this and this. It's not really worth it for me. Now, see you later.
Nope.
You don't make enough. That's not how we roll.
Hey, it's just like you said, though. Go ahead, bro.
No, after you. Go ahead.
But it is like you said. No one should come empty-handed because remember, everybody is pushing the man of Yah, that house, to the direction that he's going based on his vision.
Yep.
That's all I had, bro.
And I was just going to say, really, it's two categories of people that I see, throughout the book that Yah pretty much just stepping in and saying, hey, if you take care of these people, I'll take care of you. And that's the widow indeed and the fatherless. So,
yeah,
to me, that's the other side of that equation, or that balance is, I think that any righteous man that was capable and able of taking that, on, Yah would bless him for doing so.
Amen.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that question or the fact that you would want to have the companionship of family without what you would feel dishonoring your husband by, entering into those relations with another man. That's no different actually than what I would desire for, my ribs to do. When I'm dead, I don't want some other man coming and going into them. I want one of my brothers to cover them, but that doesn't include going into them. So
100%.
Right.
That we covenant for.
Yes, sir.
To be honest, Melissa, that's something that I actually have. My wives will never have another man go into them. Ever. That was a covenant they want to make with me, but they still are going to need a covering. So I made a covenant where they would be covered by a brother. He just doesn't go into them.
Absolutely.
That brother would also be, I guess you call the curator or the executor, so that when my son becomes of age, everything gets transferred over to him.
Hallelujah.
That was one of the importance of covenants that we've lost. Now our covenant is with the government, and when we die, the government decides who's going to get our shit.
Right.
But it was supposed to be amongst us as brethren. Hey, if something happens to me, will you watch over my family? Not the family gets absorbed into the ministry and then handed out to whatever brother they feel like that the sister should go to. No, we should have honor amongst men.
Yes, sir. And that's what's missing.
Yep.
Yes.
And that goes pretty far because of that missing honor that therefore we're not raising daughters the way that they should be raised. Therefore, it just goes right back into, the quantity of available, suitable, capable helpmeets. Not talking about the quantity of available women. That's a dime a dozen. But a suitable, a well-capable mind Now that's a rare thing.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Almost non-existent, my brother.
That was an excellent question, to be honest. And to be honest, sister, you're not the first. There are quite a few older women who have never really found their place in this faith because they're told that they ain't shit. They're disrespected, they're disregarded, they're kicked out to the corner because they can't be used sexually by men, and they ain't rich. So they're disregarded. Now, I mean, obviously, she should be able to bring something in that's going to be of use because it takes a lot to take care of people.
Right.
I work hard on these gardens for my family. So that there's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of people, this society has been created to take advantage of the elderly.
Yes. Of
the hoary-headed. We disrespect them. We use them, not we as in me, but this society, this a quote-unquote American society, uses them up, then casts it. When they're done with them, into the convalescent center, die. I mean, you have the children over there hoping their parent that they die so they can get their shit.
Yep, thank you for the check.
Hospice for a cold.
Yes, sir.
Right. That's right.
Man. Poisoning.
Wow. That's big, man.
Complete dishonor.
Yes, sir.
And one thing, I look at the older women. Now, I'm just going to be real. A woman of 32 years might have something to teach some of these younger women who can't make it 2 months without trying to leave.
Yes, sir.
32 years is longevity. Someone like that could teach women who have been married for 10 years.
20 years.
20 years. 32 years is a long time.
Yes, sir.
So I hope that answered your question. I hope that provided some sort of clarity. If there are any more questions, please do not be afraid to ask. We might have to do I don't know, part 2. I don't know. I'd be saying a lot of stuff. We may have to push the deliverance stream back so that we can do part 2 of this stream next July.
It'll provide great topics for future streams.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Christopher Cox asked a question. Brother Christopher Cox asked a question. He said, what are some essential qualities in a marriage-worthy woman? Thank you for the discussion, brothers. Learning a lot here. What are some of the essential qualities? I'm going to shoot off straight from the go. Obedience, submission, subjection. Those are the qualities I look for in anyone. Before I even look for her to, I keep the Torah. I look for obedience, submission, and subjection.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Brother Andre, what about you?
My bad, brother. I forgot the question.
Some good qualities, and I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but essentially some good qualities to look for in a righteous woman for a wife, essentially.
I think, I know this is going to sound bad, but it really isn't. I'm going to be looking for the report of her father. And when I say the report of father, I'll be looking for some of those key words like she's been submitted unto me. You know, she's been obedient. She is a good. She's able to listen and receive the commands. You know what I mean? Those type of things. I'm gonna want to know what is even if she wasn't with a father. I'm gonna want to know how a person received correction. Was the person really open to correction? Did they receive, that man's words well? Whether it's a father, uncle, or whoever. And I might even go as far as, if she had a job at one time, how did you receive the employer's correction? I look for the basics of the word. The person ought to be, I guess, apt to receive instruction. That's one of my big things. Are you a good listener when I'm giving out instruction? When I speak, do you stop speaking? Do you have respect for men? And I'm gonna say especially men of Yah. Yeah, I mean, are you respectful in that manner? Do you overtalk people? I just look for the bare minimum, because if we can't get the bare minimum, there's no need for us to go any further. I mean, that's how I always looked at it. Loudmouth, foot stomping. We don't need to go that far. You always got an
Shalom,
answer
co-wife.
for everything.
Shalom, co-wife.
I don't like that stuff. For everything. Hey, you working on a project? They have 17 suggestions on how they think this would be better, or what they saw somebody else do.
Nope. Not unless you ask.
Hey, everything you doing is all wrong. I look at all that stuff. Hey, I know somebody who is like that. You want to build something as simple as I don't know, let's say a raised beds. They don't watch this. They don't watch Straightway do it. I'm gonna use their name because that's what I heard come out of the person's mouth. They done seen Straightway do this, Straightway do this, and this person do that. And I'm like, hold on a second, you want to go live there? Because this is not that. This is a whole different place.
All different.
Just saying, those are some things that I look at. Excellent wives.
When I read this, no, go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna say excellent wives just don't operate like that. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
My answer would just be simple.
Bro, David?
My answer would just be quick and simple. I think y'all already did a perfect job of laying it out. So I look for what the Bible talks about in terms of a wife, and that's what I look for. And Brother Chris just hit him on the head in the sense of obedience, submission, subjection. That's before appearance. That's before how much Torah you know or don't know, or think you know, or any of that sort of stuff. Obedience, submission, subjection. Because if you're that, then I can teach and mold you into what I need you to be.
That's right. That's right.
And that's more valuable than I'd rather have an obedient wife that is in submission and subjection to me, who's a 4 or 5 or 6 over a rebellious 10 any day of the week. So that's what I would look for.
When I read the book, throughout the renewed covenant and then in the Torah, you see that submission and subjection and obedience over and over again. I don't see, when I read the Bible, that in order to be a wife or a good one, she has to already come in with a head covering, a nice flowing skirt. She has to say Yahuwah, Bahabashim, Bahamashahai. She don't know how to do all that. She ain't got to know Hebrew. I'm not looking for any of that.
No.
Because I may not be looking for you to teach my children Hebrew. I mean, most of the dialects of Hebrew that they speak ain't even the real dialects anyways.
Dead language.
Yes. I'm looking for the submission, the obedience, and the subjection. That's it. And from there, if you have that and you're teachable, you'll learn what I want you to learn. If she's not good at gardening, cool. Ebony wasn't good in gardening when she came here. That woman can garden. If you have a teachable spirit, if you have an honorable spirit, if you say, I'm going to obey, I'm going to put in the work to obey, you're going to be fantastic as a wife. You'll be fantastic. When it's time for you to get a head covering on, you'll put it on. I'll let you know. When it's time for you to take off them jeans, you'll know. You'll take them off.
Or when it's time for you to put them dukes on.
Woo! When it's time for them Daisy Dukes to come on.
Yes, sir.
I just say that for these hyper spiritual folks.
Yep. When it comes time for the thong. But all this extra stuff that we teach as when it comes time for this extra religiousness that we have, where she has to come in and she has to know the Torah and What? Do we not understand most of the women that we have today are coming from the world? Even with a head covering and a skirt on, they're coming from the world.
Yes, sir.
They've been taught by this westernized Egyptian system. So whether they have a head covering on or not, they still need to have an unlearning take place. I think Brother Daryl said it last week. He said, I'd rather have a woman that's going to be obedient and submissive and never wear a head covering and a skirt than a head covering and a skirt wearing disobedient woman.
Hey, you mean you don't need her to sleep in a long down past the feet nightgown?
No, sir. No, sir. So she can trip and fall.
Oh, God.
On her way to the restroom? No, thank you.
Hey. Head covered, skirted.
All right. He has another question. He said, simply and well put, thank you. If a relationship already exists, will these qualities naturally follow when with a righteous man? So I think he's asking whether, man, Brother David, the storm's here now. This shit is, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
If I lose you on my end, it's because of this storm.
Yes, sir.
I was gonna say it should, but that's gonna also come with a catch. That it's gonna come with some teaching. You have to teach some of this stuff. Yeah, of course we allow everything the people just to pop out of the womb already submitted, operating in obedience, but a lot of that stuff has to be taught.
Can't have a well-instructed mind without instructions.
Yes, sir. Hallelujah.
Right. I mean, we just read in 1 Peter where it says that it not be the outward adorning, but let it be the inner man of the heart. And so many put their and if you don't, let's go there again. 1 Peter 3. Goodness gracious. While they behold their chaste conversation will come with fear. So verse 3. Whose adorning let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting the hair, a wearing of gold, or a putting on of apparel. Let it not be that, but let it be the hidden man of the heart, in that which is not corruptible, even the ornament, even meek and quiet spirit, which in the sight of Yah is a great price. So more than your clothing, sisters, more than your long flowing skirt, which you think makes you Israel, more than your elaborate head covering that you built up like a beehive, which makes you think that you're Israel. It's the inner man. The inner man. Bro, Dave, you got anything? It's getting loud over here because the rain's coming down hard.
Yeah.
On the roof.
That's how it was here not too long ago. That's a pretty big storm. But no, I think you hit it spot on. You know, in terms of will it follow, not solely because you're righteous. That won't cause it to follow. What will cause her actions to line up is how you nourish and cherish her according to Yah's words, and that's not always just, you know. Oftentimes that's, you know, misconstrued or misinterpreted as, you know, happy wife, happy life, give her everything that she wants. That's not what it's talking about. It's actually just talking about molding her and rearing her up into who you want her to be for you, removing spots and blemishes and wrinkles so that you can present her to yourself faultless. So you have to do that work. And that's the blessing and the benefit that we have of being made in Yah's likeness and image, is our ability to go through that process, just like he does that with us to present us to himself, spotless and without blemish. We also have to do that work to those who belong to us. But it is work.
Right.
And so how we do that or don't do that will dictate the growth that you see in her or don't.
That's true. And sisters, it's not about looking good so that other men will think you're holy. The most important thing you should be concerned about is, what does your husband think of you? Not what does elder so-and-so or pastor so-and-so or brother so-and-so. What does your husband think of you? That's where your focus should always be. Never let your focus get off of, my husband wants me to do this. After that, it doesn't matter what anybody else says. If your husband says, baby, put on some Daisy Dukes, it shouldn't be well, pastor said Daisy Dukes are from Satan. Because he's going to have to present a verse that proves that. And if he can't prove it, and if he was to prove it, he should be proving that to your husband, not to you.
Right.
That's for him and your husband. Men, we have to get out of that nature of trying to always trespass on the other men's house.
Yes, sir.
Woo.
Keep your ass in your own boundaries. The law talks about trespassing. It talks about moving boundaries. If you feel that you have the right to be in another man's house, you have moved your boundary into his living room, into his bedroom. Stay in your own house. Man. Brother?
Yes, sir.
What y'all got about that?
I think you summed it up, my brother. I couldn't say it any better. I'm like you. Stay your ass over there.
Yep.
Stay over there.
Don't reach your arm of authority over here or it might get cut off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Keep your extremities tucked in.
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
Yeah.
You don't want to draw back
There's
another.
a reason why I have a no trespassing sign up.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, we need more no trespassing signs for the men, for the leadership in Israel than we do for the heathen.
Man.
Wow. Yes, sir.
The heathen understand that sign more than so-called Israel does. The heathen see that sign, be like, I ain't messing with him.
No, I ain't going over there.
Those in the faith see that sign, be like, well, I'm of the faith. I'm his leader. That's my bitch. I have a right to be in his house.
I guess we need to get some spiritual purple paint.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, you know how crazy it sounds for you to have to Discuss something with your pastor about your family? What? You can't get in contact with y'all? Y'all's telephone, his line, his direct connection is cut off from you? Man?
Wow.
Nah.
Right. I've had so-called people brothers be like, and since I saw mother.
Oh man, you cut out. I'm sure he'll hop right back in.
It's throwing off, it's throwing down all over there.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I don't even understand that, bro. I can't even fathom it. It look like it's, oh, here we go. He's jumping back in. All right, you back, brothers.
Woo! This thing is, it's out.
Throwing down. I was just saying, I couldn't imagine this kind of stuff. Well, us and me and the pastor got to discuss something. What we discussing? About my house. No, I'm good.
That's what they love to do, though. That's what, and when I talk about, 3.0, that's what I'm talking about. That's a play out of old Roman Catholicism. If Pope didn't write it or ain't pleased with it, then that's not where it's popping. And how don't you dare pick a book and actually read it for yourself? So you see these.
I'm still listening, brother. It's hard for that to even digest that stuff. It goes against everything we know the book to be.
Right.
Man.
Hey, brothers. Y'all take this for the next couple minutes. I gotta go outside real quick.
Is denied for doing the exact thing.
Hey, brother David. Is it throwing down over there where you at? Too? Because yours coming in and out too.
All right, 1 second, let's check it.
No problem. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I'm just gonna stick with the book. The book plus nothing. And I looked at Mother Kate's comment. You mean my pastor shouldn't call other married women up and talk about if he was their husband? They got a husband. I mean, I believe that men should talk to men. I'm just saying that's my belief based on what I read. Men should be talking to men. I think if a woman is calling up her pastor versus talking with her husband, or she didn't like what her husband told her, she is in direct violation of their covenant, of the word.
I don't disagree at all.
So I don't even see where women. I mean, if women were supposed to be asking questions, from their husbands at home, I don't see how they can leapfrog, and I damn sure don't see how a pastor, an elder, moray, I don't care what they call themselves. I don't see how they can go past the husband and just talk directly to the wife. I just don't find that anywhere. I find that to be law breaking, covenant breaking, and to be honest with you, it's really a form of stealing. I mean, because really, that's number one. That's really, anytime you go down into a man's home, I am breaking covenant somewhere with that man. You can't even call yourself a brother if you do that. Like I should not and do not call into my brother's homes trying to talk to their wives. I don't have their phone number. I don't look for their phone number. And matter of fact, if one of the brethren is not feeling well or something went on, I have my wives talk, since they already talked with their wives, and they are. I'm gonna use the black folks term. They cool with their wives. They have a rapport, relationship with their wives. That's who calls down. If I can't get a hold of the brothers, I have my ribs call in there and find out what's going on with my brothers. My ribs know that they ain't calling to find out what's going on with their wives. I want to know, why is this brother sick? No one, I be fussing. Why this brother sick and why he ain't called? What's the problem? But why my brother having a problem? They'll tell me, well, your brother haven't been able to speak, or he been wheezing, or whatever the case is that go on with the brother. That's just how we operate. We do not do that kind of crazy stuff. So it ain't no way in the world a pastor could say, I'm a pastor. Matter of fact, he calling down into a married woman house. He don't want to speak to the man. He want to conversate with the wife. Shouldn't be. And we know this to happen. We know this to happen to men. And the pastor be trying to flip the women for himself and get rid of the man. Talk the man right on out of the house. We know this to be true. We talking about first-hand accounts, not made up stuff. This comes from the men's mouths who have went through this. So I don't believe in that. And I know you ain't talking about Pastor Joe Fox. I know you're not talking about him. He's just a man of a whole different caliber. We talking about these road guys. I know Pastor Fox would not do that. Not him. But I'm talking about these road brothers.
And we know Pastor Fox knows some of who we talking about.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Right?
I'm sure. Yeah, I wasn't talking about Pastor Fox.
We're definitely not referring to Pastor Fox.
No, he got a good idea who we talking about. I know he know.
And really, your Mother K, your question isn't that wrong if these married women want to call up there and talk to your husband or talk to a pastor? Yes, ma'am, that's wrong. Because they violating the trust of their husband. They violating the covenant.
Right.
They violating law. They wrong as all get out. They shouldn't want to do nothing. Go ahead. My question was going to be, why they ain't calling trying to talk to you or talk to the pastor's wife, those women?
And
right. She said lately she on? Yeah, you yes, on. I got a question for Mother Kate. These folks trying to get out there on Shofar Mountain, these road women, they because you know we got a whole bunch of them out here talking about, oh, my husband, he ain't in Torah, or my husband ain't following this and he ain't following that. You got to be careful, because some of these women be trying to jump ship and trying to get coverage, and they in direct violation of Yah's laws. We got a bunch of them running around.
Yeah.
Be careful.
I wouldn't be surprised with Pastor Fox that when that don't work, they just come over here.
Yep. I guess what? They just run. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. They just run back and forth. I hate to say this, and I mean this in a way that y'all know how I speak. Mother Kate said something about having a home for widows and widowers, and I know she meant the best by it. But to be honest with you, even some of those, and I'm gonna use women, they be running dirty too. They just looking for somewhere to lay up. I'm not trying to be funny. They bring some of them don't bring anything to the table. I'm not being funny about this. There's a group of people out here. They just want to use you because they know you a Yah-fearing man supposedly, and they just want to get comfortable. They bring nothing but sweet words and games. It just 50 or 60 years old.
Here's the thing. The reason why I think they're trying to bypass Mother Kate is because a lot of these women think that if they get into the ear of the man, they can persuade him. But that woman, that wife will smell out their bullshit in a second.
Throw that bullshit flag in a minute.
They know Mother Kate will run out. She'll throw the penalty flag and be like, "You bullshitting. Stop it."
Yep, that's the whole thing. If you know, I see she said it's two of them. Yes, they're rogue women. Yeah, it's a bunch. I mean, me and the brothers, we've been knowing there's a bunch of rogue women running around. And guess what? The sad part is we can't even eliminate widows. That's the sad part. I mean, it's a bunch of people. They just want to come in. They know that your place is secure or you're set apart, or you're prepared in a lot of ways that they're not. So they looking for something to slide into and run under the radar. They be running dirty. Nope.
Yep.
So I would rather put those people in a convalescent home for widows or widowers. Just being real. I wouldn't let a dude slide like that.
Yep. You're telling the truth, brother. A lot of times what they see, these women see that Mother Kate or y'all's wives or my wives, they see that they are safe, happy, covered, and they want that so much so that they're willing to bypass anything that they can to get it.
I mean, I can just tell you, I know somebody when I mention something about them, because they wasn't gonna be able to fit in here. I just already knew that by their conversation. I mean, Straightway has put some stuff on people. Shit, soap and water can't wash off of them. Not in the mind. I mean, some of these folks is whooped in the mind. I'm being real. I mean, I know it was a time we didn't call these folks out, but shit, some of these folks been listening to Straightway so much, they don't know their elbow from their asshole. Just being real. They refuse to read the book. So they believe everything that particular ministry choked. I mean, it's almost like Jim Jones, and I hate to compare him to that, but it's almost that type of spirit. And I'm like, what in the hell? And it ain't just a Straightway. It's a lot of other places.
Yes, sir.
I'm just using it as an example because these are the things that the people tell us. When we start off listening to these people, then we listen to this group of people. Now we listen to y'all. And by the time, guess what? To be real with y'all, by the time y'all get around to where we at, y'all think we on another planet because we just following the book. They do.
Yes.
They crazy. They're like, oh, you mean you don't listen, you don't cut that on at 10 or 11 o'clock every morning and sit your family in front of TV? Fuck no. And yeah, I said it. Fuck no. I get my shit straight from the Bible. I get the message of y'all straight from the Bible, not from some other dude. Are they fake? No. If you want to kill your family quick, start giving them some medicine that don't belong to them. Ooh, that's man. What you do. And that's what I compare it to. If you're getting a message from anywhere other than in your house, this is still on track for a wife or any other possession that a man owns, all the way down to his children. If you're getting a message from anywhere other than that man, you got a problem. You asking to die, not only naturally but spiritually.
Yes, sir. Brother Andre, you spitting some fire, my brother.
I'm gonna be honest, man. You know, sometimes I know we try to be super respectful and stuff, but when people is on the wrong thing and it's killing people, I mean, I just say over the last couple of years, we did actually seen men they no longer men. They eunuchs, even though they got a set of balls, they eunuchs in their home. We didn't see people they mad just about to explode. We done seen people where their wives don't even want to be with them sexually. We done heard the stories about pastors calling up these women, trying to get rid of the husband. We done heard all these stories. First-hand accounts. And the funny part is, guess what? Most of these stories sound almost identical. So yes, I'm like this. Why do we have to just let the stuff just ride? Why not just be truthful about it? That's just straight up. We should just.
And they didn't even know each other.
So I mean, that's what I'm on, man. It just is what it is. Men, you got an obligation. Women, you got an obligation too. You should, if you want to be called a daughter of Sarah, then do what the book says do in regards to her towards your husband. Watch that. Towards your husband, not your damn pastor. And your pastor should be your husband. People don't want to hear that though. They'll call you blasphemous. Not so. Hey, I saw a question of that too.
And in reality,
my bad, bro.
What was that, brother?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I saw a question of that for Sister New World. She was asking about, was there a scripture on husband on Daisy Duke. If a husband should or shouldn't or whatever towards Daisy Dukes, I'll let y'all go ahead and tackle that one. But really, that's
Obey,
a no-brainer.
obey, submit, subject yourselves to your own husband. In a nutshell,
100%.
that covers it.
Yes, sir. 100%.
And it says in all things. So lest there would have been any confusion, it just went on and knocked it out.
Yes, sir.
Sold it up.
And that eliminates, you know, I heard reports of in some of these camps, churches, ministries, whatever the hell they want to call themselves, of leadership separating husbands and wives, moving the wife onto their lands, but keeping the husband separate.
Nah.
Yeah, that's some
bullshit. Yes, sir.
For
Man.
That's some bullshit there.
That is bullshit.
That's wickedness.
To be honest,
what it is.
To be honest, you do that with the wrong person, you get yourself hurt.
That's what I was just about to say, my brother. That's that stuff that'll get you got right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But they know, but you can see, so there's also a pattern in who you see, the types of people rather that you see this continually happening with. Because like
yes,
we
sir.
talked about, of the ones that we've known, they don't even know each other. But the patterns, even among the differences, the patterns are very similar of the types of people. And they know that, just like a bully always does. A bully ain't going to go up to the strong dude and try to start some stuff. It don't work that way.
Mm-mm.
It's that
Man,
that's just not how we roll.
Wicked ass spirit trying to punk this man for his possession.
Yes, sir.
And for him too. Really, bend him over too, just to keep it real.
Yes, sir.
Right. That's why the Torah puts it really simply. Hey, don't move that man's landmark. If that wife is his possession, and we know based on the book she is his possession, keep your ass outside of his possession.
Yes, sir.
Stay away from a man's possession. Stay away from it. If that is his wife, you should not be saying anything directly to his wife, the same way you would not go to a man's car and put your own gasoline in his car. Keep your ass away from a man's possession. Keep your ass away from his wife, his children, unless he gives you permission. Now, I don't know why a man would, but hey, unless he gives you permission to do it. Then if he gives you permission, I ain't got nothing to say. But this whole idea that in order for me to be part of the group, I have to submit to y'all, which means that you have to have access to my shit. You have to, wrong word, not shit. You have to have access to my stuff. You have to have access to my children, my wife, my possessions, my land, my money. That's the only way that was the old church. That was how the New Testament church was built. You full of shit. And I'll call you out on that. You are full of shit to even say that.
No doubt.
Especially how you going to dance back and forth from the law to what happened in Acts 2 and 3, back and forth, and then totally butcher it. That's why, I'm going to say something real right here. I'm always weary of dudes that always want to debate Christians.
Yeah.
If your debating process is, let me try and debate Christians about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, and why are you debating that shit? Let's talk about some real things. You know what I'm saying? Why are we debating elementary stuff? And you keep hanging your hat on that elementary debate. Why can't we talk about real things? Why not?
Pocketbook.
Since we all like debating, right?
Money.
And let me tell you, I'm not a great debater. I'm not a guy that wants to go out there and debate a bunch of people. But I tell you this.
Money.
You want Bone Thugs and Harmony for the love of money.
That's why we can't do it.
Oh man!
Oh, don't hit my pocketbook, man. Hold on, I'm gonna count out my
Right,
man.
and SOJ straight out of Judah said it. Yahshua didn't debate anybody. He just told them what it was and moved on.
Yep.
But we got dudes that, hey, I debated a Christian about Easter. Are you kidding me? Can we talk about some real things that are actually in the faith right now? That why are we debating? That's like me going to the Canaanites and debating about their gods. That's like me going to the Jebusites and debating about their God.
No,
hey, I'm gonna go to the Catholic Church and debate the priest about his Jebus, that he's got on his,
right.
that statue back there. Why are we doing that?
Right.
First and foremost, our faith should not be based on let's just debate everybody. I saw a brother, an elder. I call him an elder, and I'm gonna mention his name. I don't know if he's on the chat today. But Elder Tim, I don't want to say he's on Facebook. Tim Lindley. He made a great post on Facebook. Oh, there he is. Oh, crap. He just said it. Brother Tim Lindley. He's on Facebook. Bless you, Brother Tim, or Elder Tim. He made a great post on Facebook. And if you can write it in there, Brother Elder Tim, the one you said about brethren, just because I call you my brother, doesn't mean I can't remember what it was, but it was a good one that he said. It was something like, I may call you my brother. Just because I call you brother doesn't mean that we agree with everything, but we can come together and research and study or something like that. But it was powerful. Because we see it as our brethren are people that have to agree with everything that I say.
Don't the book talk about something like,
brother?
Yeshua crucified?
What was that?
I said, don't the book talk about something like, Yeshua crucified? Basically, we can agree on that. The rest of it is kind of, hey, we ain't got to all check all the same damn check boxes. That's why you got all these funky.
Let me ask y'all a question. Do we all check off the same boxes for our families, our households, our lands?
No. Some folks might not even like Daisy Dukes. Others might.
That's true.
Right. There it is. Elder Tim put it up there. He said, my embracing you as my brother or sister is far more important to me than you embracing my particular. We can study and research together. That shit is powerful.
Yes, sir. We're so fractured.
We think that we've taken this renewed covenant, they all have one mind, and we think that means that everybody's got to think the same damn way. That's retarded.
It is.
Right. We all got to think the same way, brethren, or otherwise. That's for a husband, a wife. A wife should take on the mind of her husband. We as men should take on the mind of Messiah.
Yes, sir.
That's whose mind we should be one with. Our husband.
And as a result of that, I think we'll be more similar than dissimilar, but we're not carbon copies. Because y'all gave us all different personalities and created us individually for a reason.
That's right. That's right. During the time of Ezekiel, weren't there other prophets at that time? Do you think they all fought the same exact thing and all said the same exact thing? Yes or no?
Nope. No, sir. Nope.
They didn't. There were things that Ezekiel was talking about, that Jeremiah was talking about, that Isaiah was talking about. They were all different.
Right.
There were many prophets. You remember when Jezebel was killing the prophets? Elijah wasn't the only prophet. There was prophets of Yah that she was killing. Yah may give you, brother, a particular word that is not the word that I said. You want to know why it's not the word that I said? Because maybe I need to grow and I need to learn. And maybe you say something that I can learn from that I didn't know. But if we all had the same mind and all of our mind was what I said, then if I'm jacked up, you're going to be jacked up. But if iron truly sharpens iron, then you're going to say something that I will learn from. Because I'm iron being sharpened by you. But if I believe that I'm the man of Yah and I got everything and y'all just dumb niggas, then that's how I'm going to treat you.
Right.
And that's how I'm going to see you. I'm going to see you all as dumb. I'm the intelligent one. So I always keep myself in a place of humility, always ready to learn from any brother that's walking this faith out truly. That's why I called up what Elder Tim said, because he said something powerful. We're all different parts of the body. So we're all bringing something in that may look different, but in reality, it's an area where we need to learn. We need to grow. That's why I esteem the brethren that I have, in that they help me grow. I don't want to be with nobody that's going to help me grow. I want to be with somebody that's going to help me grow as a man, as a father, as a husband, as a parent, as a man of Yah, as an Israelite, as a believer, whatever it may be.
Likewise.
We all see it that if we don't see it the way that person sees it, then we wicked. And we're taught that. That's why they say things like, don't eat off other tables. Nigga, aren't you the one eating at other places, other restaurants?
Right. Hold that book up again. That table he eating off of? Man.
Aren't you eating off other tables?
I'm pretty sure that table got some swine on it. I'm pretty sure.
Woo!
It's
got some Sunday keeping in it. We've got some Sunday keeping on this table. We've got some Torah breaking, speaking against the Shabbat, speaking against keeping the law on this table.
And I'm pretty sure that's some bacon wrapped shrimp on that table.
Iron sharpens iron. And when I'm saying this stuff, I'm not saying this stuff as a form of disrespect. But people have a way of playing hard against people that don't know.
I say it as a disrespect, not to a person, but to false religion. I will purposefully disrespect
there you go.
And try to bring a sledgehammer and knock that shit down because it's past time. And I'm sick and tired of the bullshit that comes with false religion. The bullshit
and
that you come up and
you have an issue.
You want to come up out of Acts and tell people everything at your feet and then eat off of this bacon wrapped shrimp table. Foolishness.
I'm in 100% agreement, bro. It's time out.
Brothers, if I can say this and be pure in speaking for us.
Go ahead.
I heard Brother David say it. for those that are particularly against what we're saying, if you have a problem with what we are saying, instead of debating Christians, let's debate your doctrine. Can I say that and be honest?
Absolutely. I stand on what I said
because
it's coming straight from the book.
I don't think we have to worry
Go
about
ahead, brother.
I don't think we have anything to worry about. Just saying. I mean, it's going to be hard. When you start looking at what a lot of these camps and ministries and brothers, or I ain't going to say brothers, what these other men be standing on, that stuff ain't even in the book like that. So we'll be waiting a while, I guess.
Yes, sir. And while we're waiting on him to come back in, you know, again, my issue is not with any particular person. My issue is just solely with this just false religion, man. And it's just entrapping people, destroying people. Like you said earlier, you can't wash it off with a you know, the most powerful soap that there is. You can't wash it off.
Sir.
And it's time for people to know that it's okay. Not only is it okay, it's advisable to question everything that you're taught.
Actually, brother, what you just said, I even say this. Women don't know this, but do you know a lot? I would go out and say this. There's a lot of women that are, and men, but I'm gonna start with women. There's a lot of women that's being, you're not even qualified to be in a man's home because they're too brainwashed with that false religious stuff. You have to automatically, once you listen to them speak a while, you have to automatically disqualify them because you know it's going to cause a problem with what you're teaching. You already know that. They have disqualified themselves. And even with brothers, some brothers, they haven't strengthened themselves. Watch this, they haven't girded up their loins. So now guess what? You can't even be a brother. You're too weak to be a brother.
Yes, sir.
Because of the brainwashing.
Oh, the manipulation. Go along to get along.
Yes, sir.
And you can't sharpen anything like that. Just being
yes,
soft.
Sir. Yes, sir. 100%, sir. 100%.
Hey, I'm going to take a stab at Mother Kate's question. I'll go first. I believe in deliverance. I can read deliverance in the book. Yeshua did deliverance. What we're simply talking about is it didn't come from this manual and the way, and it's not, and it doesn't look anything like this manual portrays. And it shouldn't lead up to, hey, the only place you can get this deliverance is here. Or these unverifiable stories that is very similar to what you would find illusionists doing, you know, this trickery coupled with, and if you can only get this here, so you keep coming back here. That's not what we see in the book. Or this, hey, let's have halftime on this deliverance. We actually need a year worth of sessions of it before this demon finally comes out and all of that. Those kind of things you don't see in the book. So I'm all for biblical deliverance as seen and prescribed by Yah's word. I'm all for it. What I'm against is all the additives, all the extras, like this Moody or whatever his name is manual. You know, where we some of this information was derived from quote unquote interviews with demons and all of that kind of stuff. I can't Bible that, and I don't roll with that.
Same here. I believe the same thing. We know Yeshua cast out demons, but the thing is, why don't we just use the same example he used? Why don't we just use his exact words, depending on what's going on with the person? But we just take this too far. It's more of it comes off as a churchy type scheme to sell books. And when it's the way a lot of this stuff has been peddled from what we have heard with our own ears, I know I done heard that deliverance manual brought up many a time, and even the rhetoric that people do to say that now everybody is delivered, I don't see it exactly like they see it with this. I don't know about all these mass deliverances and all this stuff, because you hear about all this stuff all the time, and if it's really a mass deliverance, what's going on with the people?
Right.
Where's the evidence?
Well, yeah. So that's the best way that I could put it. I hope that makes sense, because again, we're not in any way blasting or going against what the word says. I am in 100% agreement with biblical deliverance, as we've seen done by Yeshua and those who followed him.
Yes, sir.
But this manual and those who follow this manual, that's an altogether different thing that's happening. And I would just call it trickery and deception. That's what that is. I just call it for what it is. That's a control mechanism.
It look like Brother Chris is off.
Well, that's 3 hours and 36 minutes. So
yeah, we might
be having some pretty. That storm is probably battering down there. So I think that's probably a wrap, my brother.
That sounds good to me, my brother. I'm good if you good. We love y'all. Believe us, we wouldn't even put it on the line like this. Just saying, we wouldn't put it on the line like this if we didn't. Because to be honest, it's easy just to run under the radar, baby. I'm just gonna be honest. It's easy to run under the radar. Just you watch this. You and your 4 and no more 6 or 12, whatever you got, and just do the damn. Just live the damn book, and not even worry about nobody else. But this thing is bigger than just one man, one family.
Yes, sir.
That's why we do it. That's just being honest.
Yes, sir. And Sister Kate, Brother Chris,
can y'all even hear me?
Yes, sir.
If you can hear me, Brother Chris, can you please type 3.4 in the chat? Because, man, this storm.
Hey, I can hear you, Brother Chris. I don't know if you can hear me. And while y'all are waiting,
I hear you now.
Okay.
You can hear us?
Brother Chris was saying earlier that we will cover that in a stream upcoming soon, maybe next week, but soon. And so we'll get into the details of deliverance at that point.
Yes. We will hit on deliverance, true, authentic, biblical deliverance. And more importantly, Deuteronomy 28, blessings and curses.
Yes, sir. There it is. Yep.
I think we spend a lot of time focusing on everything you have is a demon. If you looked at a woman and said, damn, she fine, you have a spirit of lust. No, you don't. It's a fine ass woman. Damn. There are blessings and there are curses. There are blessings if you obey, curses if you don't. But letting you know, going to some Gene Moody, Sunday keeping, probably swine eating, a guy who talks about.
Yeah, and I'm just being real. And you could have just looked at him and known he's not. Well, we'll just leave that for next week. I'll just leave it there. We'll go into it. But I could, when I read the book and I saw him, I could say, well, I know this person didn't even live the book. I can just tell just by looking at him. Yeah. All right, you're back, FY.
Let me show you. Let me show y'all again if it comes up. For those of you who want to know what this dude looks like.
And let me clarify that. When I say I could tell by looking at him, I did not mean because of the color of his skin either. I know how some folks want to take it and soundbite it. That is not what I was saying. but I'm not taking deliverance lessons from him. I could tell that much. You didn't have to get far into the book and list the things that he's talking about and say, nah, I see a whole lot of old school Baptists and other Anabaptists and just straight up, you know, this stuff is steeped in Christian religion. That's what this is. Like Brother Chris was saying, oh, well, you looked at a pretty girl, you need deliverance. No, that's a pretty girl. Everything is not a demon. And some things that you have going on in your life is not as a result of needing deliverance, it's a result of needing obedience. You're either going to be a hearer and a doer, or you're going to be a hearer only. And the blessings and curses, it's an open book. It's all laid out. And again, we'll go into that in more detail, but, you know, everything doesn't need delivered from. It just needs action, obedience, faith applied. Wow.
That is the deliverance minister. The first day deliverance minister. You talk about we are bound by the law. This is the book that we are using to deliver people. I mean, it just feels so amazing. But you know what? Brother David said we'll go on next week. And I heard what they were saying back and forth. I second third what they were saying. A lot of y'all are just under curses from sin. You're under curses from Deuteronomy 28, sin. You won't repent. You won't turn from your wicked way. Uh-oh. What did Elder Tim say?
Brother, I just got to say this real quick. I was done too, and he's like, I'm like, man, if you don't get out of here with this foolishness.
The spirit of martial art.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, man. Anyway, we'll dive in.
Dang.
Oh, we're going to dive in. We're going to dive in how Yeshua delivered people. Because he didn't do it in deliverance sessions. He's like, you know, in the name of Yeshua, I'm going to come out, anger, bring out your left arm. All right, brother, we're going to bind up the rest of his body. We'll be back next Shabbat. We'll get the rest of his body next Shabbat. Where does this, we're going to do, you see Yeshua did deliverance and the Spirit. Where do you see that at? That's nowhere in the Bible.
That's the other book.
Where do you see Yeshua did mass Yeshua did mass deliverance? He just called out demons over everybody. People hopping around, hopping off stools, going backflips, foaming at the mouth, climbing walls, and he just called out spirits.
I guess our stream needs some deliverance right now. Never mind, it's just a storm.
Oh, yeah. Practical application.
Because you know people be sitting there, come out, spirit of boys and boys. Come out, you spirits that are in the internet. Nah, that's just a storm. The storms will be here early this week.
Yep.
It's crazy. So we're going to hit this. And I think what it really comes down to is some of y'all just got to own the fact that you wicked as hell need to repent. Stop blaming it. Stop trying to find a scapegoat. I'm blaming the devil for the fact that
there it is.
I blame the devil for the fact that I like vagina. There ain't nothing wrong with liking vagina. Like your wife's. There you go. We need to get back to the book, brothers and sisters. The book plus nothing. Not all this religion You know, I mean, I'm scouring through the book right now. When I read this deliverance manual, I see a spirit for everything that you think of. Like Elder Tim said, a spirit of martial arts. What? So, yes, I did over the last year. I poured through this book to try and understand what the hell he was talking about. And guess what I got? He is a first day, Sunday, Torah breaking man parading himself as if this book is going to deliver. And we had people in this faith, large ministries, take this book and make this. That's where I got this book from. I got this book from those large scale ministries. I took this book and I read it and I said, that is not the Bible. You can't base your faith. You can't base the word of Yah off of 10,000 different denominations and belief systems. What does the book say?
Man.
And you got to understand that when you stand this way, people are going to hate you. Because you're messing up their money. You got to stand anyway. Straight out of Judah, he put the book plus nothing. That's pretty sick, actually. Right. Mother K said there are spirits listed in the Bible. Absolutely. If you read this, the Job 42, 43, or 41, one of them, about Leviathan, that's a deep one. That's a deep one. But here's another thing that I want to say about spirit. And then I'm going to stop. Here's a question for all you believers. Is the devil omnipresent? Can he be everywhere at once? Yes or no?
Nope.
Brother David's cheating. He already knows the answer. He been reading. For those of you who are not Brother David, are demons omnipresent? Is Satan omnipresent? Can he be everywhere at once? Yes or no?
Ain't even nowhere close to Yah. The only thing Satan can do is what Yah allow him. That's it. I'm going to shut up after that, but I'm just going to use your clip notes. Just so y'all don't wait another week thinking that, you know, this whole Christianity, you have an encounter equal to Yah. No,
that's it.
It's like this, but way this. Only thing Satan can do is what he grovels up to Yah and asks him, and Yah says, I'll leave it at that.
So if the devil is not omnipresent, are his demons omnipresent? That's the next question. When you answer the question, put the number 1, then put your answer. If you think that are demons omnipresent, can they be everywhere at once? So if demons are not omnipresent, how many spirits of Leviathan do you read in the Bible are there? Are there 1 or are there 100 spirits of Leviathan? So if there's only 1 spirit of Leviathan, then how do we all have it?
Yeah, we can't. Some things have to come down to that old sinful nature. And our ability to
that's exactly
be
it.
Only, but doers of Yah's word. Sometimes have to go back to Deuteronomy 28 with them that open book test.
Yes, sir.
So graciously laid out before us.
Let me read something to y'all. Job 41, the last verse. And this is, I know, the spirit of Leviathan. Job 41 is all about Leviathan. It ends with, he beholdeth all all high things. This is Leviathan. He is a king over all the children of pride. So, if you are dealing with pride, you are a child of pride. Meaning you are a child of Leviathan, your king. Does that mean that you have a spirit of pride? Or you are a child of pride? And you serve the king of Leviathan. Many of you serve demons. You are submitted to them. That's different than they are in you and you need them called out. You serve these demons. See, y'all are already getting a head start.
Yes, sir.
So if a demon's everywhere at once, then you're saying that the spirit of Leviathan is omnipresent. He's everywhere at once. He's in you. So when you, in the name of Yeshua, in the name of Jesus, spirit of Leviathan come out and everyone starts manifesting, huh? Why don't we start breaking the connections that you have as a child of that demon? You serve that demon. It's not in you. You are serving it.
Yes, sir. There it is.
Woo!
Man, this is some deep water over here. I'm just saying this stuff is very simple. Brother, you breaking it down, it's so simple. It's blasphemous for us to even think that Satan or demonic spirits are omnipresent. What in the hell?
We just gave them God status.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Even the spirit of Leviathan, which is a king, he's not omnipresent. He calls you as his children to serve him the same way. You remember the Bible says you can't serve two masters.
That's right.
So you have to figure out who you're serving. That's why you have those thoughts. That's why you act that way, because you are serving it actively.
I mean, even in Job, where
go ahead, brother.
Even in Job, where Yah, he went up into the presence with Yah, and Yah asked him, where he's coming from, right? And he answered, he wasn't everywhere. He said he was roaming to and fro throughout.
That's it.
That wasn't at the same place.
Nope.
Seeking whom? So that's a continuous journey, ever searching, not all places at the same time. So, like you said, to try to make it as if he's anywhere near equal status to Yah, who is omnipresent, is just straight up is blasphemy, and it's I would just say it's that's
anti-Messiah,
idolatry of a satanic idolatry of a belief system, even. And that's why it's so important for us to just murk all of this false religion that we have been raised with. That's exactly what it is. This kind of belief system that, the devil made me do it. I think that has been purposefully taught to us, injected into our beings, and we have to mortify that from our flesh. When I say murk it, that's what I mean. We got to mortify that stuff from our flesh, because it's wicked and foul as hell. And Yah is not pleased with us even thinking about Satan in a like-mindedness as we do with him.
Man.
To assume that he has similar power. And he does not.
I'm going to read this last verse and I'm going to quit. Sister, Mother Kate, I'm going to answer that question. Matthew 6:24. I'm going to script. I'm going to use the scriptures. This is why you can't go out there and follow traditional westernized Christian leaders. And when I say westernized, I'm meaning people that are against the Bible. If you call yourself a Christian, although I wouldn't, but if you call yourself a Christian, you keep the law, I ain't got no problem with you.
Same here.
Matthew 6:24 says, no man is able to serve two masters. So that lets you know you are serving somebody.
Absolutely.
For either he shall hate the one and love the other, or else he shall cling to the one and despise the other. You are not able to serve Elohim and wealth or men. You have to choose the master. When you are operating in what this calls a spirit, that's just you have rendered yourself a servant to obey that master. You are obeying the master of. So if you are a child of pride, if you're prideful, you are a child of pride, meaning you are a servant to the king, Leviathan. It doesn't mean you have the spirit of pride and you need deliverance. You need to break that allegiance that you have with that king. You need to stop serving that king. You need to operate in disobedience to the king, Leviathan. That's a choice. Choose you this day whom you will serve. To say you're just infilled with demons that's not you making a choice. The choice is, I choose to serve Leviathan. I choose to serve pride. I choose to serve anger. I choose to serve hate. That's a choice. When you look at in the renewed covenant of people that had demons, you will see, and we'll talk about it in a study, you will see a certain way they acted, a certain demeanor. And we're also going to talk about when the devil was in Peter, when Yeshua said, hath the devil infilled you? Talk about that too. But this misnomer, because we want to read books like this, that everybody's got demons. You have the Holy Spirit and you have demons inside of you, which
totally
does not make any
sense. Talking about. Yep.
Totally missed it.
Yep.
And the reason why they want to continually do deliverance. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and it's so simple because we use similar speech right now when we're talking to our children. Have you lost your mind? That doesn't really mean they lost their mind.
Right. Right. It doesn't literally mean that their mind's out there in Africa. We have to understand the book, and we have to stop allowing pseudo westernized Christian with a sprinkle of the faith leaders tell us what the book says.
Yes, sir.
The only reason you would need, and this is the last one. The only reason you would ever need sessions is because, as the book says, if they're casting out a devil, how many times did Yeshua cast out a devil, but then say, hey, I'm going to bind it and I'm going to come back a little bit later to address the rest of it because I couldn't get it all out. Nope. Didn't he say that we're going to have more power than him? Didn't he say that? So if we have more power than him, why are we binding him for a later time? Well, it's not fully coming out. We have to get the rest of it out later. What? The only reason that I can see that would be the case is that, as the Bible says, the unclean spirit came out of a man. It walked amongst dry places, seeking to find rest and find none. Then it went back to its house. That means it owns you. And brought back 7 more worse than itself. That's the only way I would see you would need session. In which case you already screwed, because now it's got 7 more worse than itself.
And that can only happen through your disobedience, which is why he said, go and sin no more. Less.
And that applies to Deuteronomy 28. Most of y'all aren't running around full of demons. You're running around cursed as hell because of your disobedience. And that does not require somebody to, in the name of Yeshua, so you think that they have the power. What that requires is you to obey.
Yep.
And you won't do it.
Deliverance from Satan, and this, allowing the laws of reaping and sowing to simply fall on you.
Man.
Now we in the book. We in the book.
This is the book. This is not this. Not this book.
We're in Yall's book there.
We're in this book. This one. It's the same thing that Benny Hinn was doing and all these other jacklegs were doing, where they got some special power where they can get demons out of you. This is why people wear red to deliverance. Where in the hell? I can tell you where they got the idea from. Where in the Bible does it say everybody be a blood for deliverance?
I guess some demon told them that in their interview.
Oh, there it is. You know, the demon told me that this, and this. Listen, if demons are talking to you like that, you got a serious problem. Maybe you're possessed.
And I thought all demons are liars. So how you making them to tell the truth?
Mm. Oh, anyway, damn, bro.
Anyway.
Oh, damn. Hey, we're gonna bring it next. We're gonna bring it next. 7th day night, because Brother David you just said something right there. He's the father of lies, and you're telling me a demon told you the truth?
You done locked up his lying ability. Bind up your lying tongue. Tell me the truth, you liar. Hey. Wow.
We're going to have some real talk next Shabbat. It'll be at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And since there seems to be a lot of people interested in it, we're going to hit on deliverance. And for those of you who spy on our liberties and want to come, maybe you can get taught. So you can stop using this book for deliverance. I'm not even going to hate on you if you decide to take the information and act as if you said it. I won't even hate on you. Go ahead. Take it as if you said it. Act as if you said it. I'm all good with it. Stop using this shit. Stop using this as deliverance. What truth can come from a lie? Is the law the truth? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
So then what truth can come from this? Anyways.
We love y'all. Stick with the immovable truth. That is Yah's word. The book plus nothing.
Yes, sir.
The book plus nothing.
Man.
All right. Hey, y'all want to bring it home about women? Since we've gone 4 hours, we went way over.
Be a good one. Live the book plus nothing. You won't go wrong. In the same way that we are to live the book and be a good one to our master, follow suit.
I agree.
Because it's time out for bullshit and playing games.
Hey. Brother Andre?
I think y'all done summed it up, man. Hey, they can always choose not to live the book. Hey, go ahead, die, die not only a spiritual death or a natural. But we just choose to live the book. Not that one with the red cover on it either. That's talking about demons. We need that's actually fire kindling over there. Look like that's crazy.
That's the only reason I kept it, was to study it, to try and see what the hell this guy was talking about. So after this next live stream, you're damn right, it is kindling.
Yes, sir. I'm just goofing off, man. I'm glad you brought it out, because it's a good teaching tool.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm sure people was buying that shit by the droves. It's probably one of most households that dealt with these ministries. They trying to use.
Well, to be honest, and I'm being honest with y'all, I told people to get this book. So many of y'all probably got this book because of me. But see, I'm the type of dude, as we all are here in this chat, if I'm wrong, I'm going to tell you so you don't destroy yourself. I'm not going to just keep pushing something even when I know it's wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll say, hey, my bad, my mistake. I pushed something that I was in error of. So I'll let you know I was wrong. Following Yeshua was wrong. Do not use this book as a study tool for deliverance.
Hallelujah.
It's foolish.
That's honorable, brother.
And we're not perfect. Never claim to be.
Mm-mm.
We are continuing to grow daily.
Straight out
Yes,
of
sir.
Judah. I may just do that. I may just have a quick little live stream just so y'all can see me throw this book in the fire. And y'all can watch it burn. Brother Tim said, demons are afraid of the color red. I mean, I know y'all seen that shit. Where everybody's wearing red because demons are afraid of red because they all Crips.
Hey, you saw what Straight Out of Judah put to Elder Tim?
They Crips.
Oh, Lord.
Like, man, it's
I wonder what
bird on my shoulder. Can I kill
it? I wonder what set they're from, like the Rolling 60s or something like that.
Ooh.
Oh God, demons are afraid of red. Oh, I'm looking. When I find that verse in the Bible, I'll let y'all know.
Man.
It's not there.
We love y'all.
Yeah,
we love
do.
y'all.
Enjoy your Shabbat. Men, teach your families. I advise. If you don't do nothing else, just pick up the book and read it to them so that they can hear Yah's words come through your voice. Get some rest.
That's true. Read the Bible to your family, brother. Read the family to your brother. Let them hear the word from you.
Yes, sir.
Turn off the internet. Let them hear your voice, man.
You ain't got to wear a tight shirt. It could be as loose as you want it to be.
Yes, sir.
Or as tight as you want it to be, because that's your family you're reading to.
Or you can do it with no shirt on.
Yeah.
You can teach while you're moving your pecs. Okay, don't do that.
Yeah. Hey, if you want your wife or wives to wear Daisy Duke to the Bible study, hey, maybe it's
Are you wicked
Bible
for
study.
it? Are you wicked if they come to the Bible study in a robe with nothing on?
The Shabbat is for you. Utilize it. Be obedient
to
God's word.
Yes, sir.
We love y'all.
We love y'all.
We love
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.